Physical thing? Okay, you're talking about a wisdom that was given to Jesus. Sure, that he made. Yes, I got you. I agree with you on that for sure. That Jesus was given the wisdom to teach, all right, throughout his whole history. But that book, that is Jesus that he was preaching, was written physically. Because the Bible talks about it. Jesus is the Son of God, Jesus is God, and all of that good stuff. Guess what? Hold on. Look at easy. The Yucatan is actually confirming it. But the problem is, the Yucatan is going against the old prophets, the old previous prophets. I got you. Take it easy. Does he say that he's God, but we can see the elements of him being God? Would you like to see that? Watch this. Do you believe that Jesus is the Word of God? Yeah, Jesus said, okay, but Allah, do you believe that he is the Word of Allah? You don't believe that Jesus is the Word of Allah? Are you a Sunni Muslim?
There's a ship down there. I wonder if I can get on it.
Exactly, it's a speech of Allah that is referring to the attribute of Allah. Is that word? That's an attribute of Allah. Don't say Allah says that Jesus is not the Son of God. Allah told him, did you tell them to worship you and the mother and then Mary? Yeah. Still have it, the verse. It's this one. Allah says to Jesus, did you tell them to worship me and your mother? That's what he's saying. They could speak to worship him as well. His mother. And that category being Allah. Allah saying, not me, this is nothing. That's a real one. That's the first category. Mary. Being, right? And that's in category with him. This is why Allah was questioning him. He can say, well, no, he's right. No, he's just saying, so are you saying that God is not in it? That goes against his nature, which makes it illogical. Yes, which makes it illogical. No, I said God would go. No, listen. I said God would go against his nature, which makes it illogical. God would not do what goes against his nature. But how does it go? How does it go? Yes? Okay. Sure. Okay. We're actually limited, yes, because we're not God. Well, if God in his essence, in his spirit, because we believe that God is a spirit, God is you guys know that God is not a spirit. So all of a sudden, you suspect. You still believe that Allah has no life. Those are aquatic plants. So, we'll get to the point. Alright, so, wait, you're talking about the human nature, that can I pick up on? Alright, no problem. Okay, so, when you say, like, God is just a spirit. And God, so can God, like, take on a body, make that body. Why? Because we are created in his image. And even if Allah says that Allah created Adam in his image, by the way, so if Adam is created in Allah's image, that doesn't mean that God is going against his nature, right? They cannot leave that body and leave that body at the same time, right? This is what we mean by God as being a spirit, taken upon. We believe that he is fully divine. We mean that he's fully divine, that he is God, that took upon the human nature. We don't believe that he's an Adam man, he took upon the body. He became a man, of course. The word became flesh. How does it not be correct? How? Based on what? Okay, I just want to understand. How is God dependent when he's taking upon the body? What is making him dependent? If you're going to say that creation is making him dependent, then guess what? You're going to have that creation. Hold on, I got no problem. When God said that Allah established himself, we have a companion that says that he's a physical on the throne. And we will say that the throne is created by him. Okay, sure, no problem. But when Allah is sitting physically on the throne, he's Allah. Well, I'm going based on your own logic because you said God is taken upon that body means that he's limiting himself. If we have to go according to your own logic, then you're going to have to say that Allah is limiting himself. Because he's physically actually establishing himself. He said on the Asian thing. It's talking about the planet, the word oiden, right? The word no, in Greek is oiden. The Father is not going to invent out. Doesn't mean that the Son does not know when the hour is. Of course, he knows why. Because the next verse says that he knows everything. And not only that, if you know everything, you can like see that. You'll think of calculating that. Okay. I just want to go based on your own logic. Because your logic doesn't make any sense. When you say that God, since he created us in his image, he cannot take one body, he cannot give one flesh, and that would actually make him dependent. Of course, I'll show you. Are you saying? Do you believe in do you believe in the heading? So what's the difference between the Quran and the hadith? If the Quran is authentic, it's considered to be divine. If the Quran, right, is talking about something, it's considered to be divine. Okay. Okay, hadith. Yeah, hadith. Allah, let me show you. No, it's okay. Let me go ahead and show you. I'll just send you the. God said Allah created Adam in his picture. 60 cubits, about 30 meters in his height. Okay, when he created him, he said to him, go and create that group of angels. Hold on. So when Allah created Adam in his image, it was 60 cubits and about 30 meters in his height. Looks like that. But I do go back to something that I was asking. When you say that, just because you use the word of God, that's a component. Right? You have to go according to your own law. You have to go according to your own law. And guess what? That's not right here. I'll tell you why. Because Ibn Taymiyyah himself says, Shaykh Islam Ibn Taymiyyah says, he's explaining. So he says, Allah establishes himself. He's saying that Allah is limited himself. So are you saying that Allah is dependent on the oh, sorry, Allah is dependent. Yes, yes. Okay, so I'm talking about you. So if Ibn Taymiyyah said it, are you going to agree with Ibn Taymiyyah? If Ibn Taymiyyah says that Allah is dependent on the he's limited on himself. No problem. You can do your own research. That's what he says. You know, Right, so the point of Allah is inside of the creation, correct? Right, so it's inside of the creation process. So that means Allah can depend on that. So you're saying, that Allah, if God cannot, I'm not. Are you saying, is it a consensus? He's talking about his virtue. He's talking about the thing. This is not important. Yes, exactly. We have an issue with this because Allah, God is God. God is the spirit. He's fully divine. That took upon the human nature. Of course, that human nature is limited. But we're not saying that God is the one that is limited. We're saying that God is God that is fully divine, that He's all limited, and took upon this human nature that is considered to be limited. That doesn't contradict that. That doesn't go against God's nature. Because again, brother, you're going to have to go to that. Then you're going to have to demonstrate how Allah is limited Himself on the throne. He's not patient. Does Allah need to sit on the throne? According to you guys, He does need to sit on the throne. Because He does that. Because He gets tired. Because He gets tired or something. I don't know. How is it, brother? How is it stipulation when I'm actually quoting your own scholars? I'm actually thinking that it's not me. What do you mean I don't know? No, I'm saying that your Allah is sitting physically on His throne, but He's limited Himself on the throne, right? So when you say that Allah, can Allah stand? Allah can stand. Are you saying that Allah is inside the creation? So the one is on the creation? Wait, I just want to understand. Please, are you saying that the one is inside the creation or is it on the creation? Inside the creation? Please, is the one inside the creation or is it outside the creation? Because He does it. Yeah, because He does it. Because He establishes Himself on the throne. But He chose not to. I don't think so. Based on what the hadith says. I don't think so. Based on the hadith we said. Does it take away from His ability? No, it does not take away from His ability. Hold on. Just 1 second, please. That would not take away from Jesus' ability either by taking up on the human nature. Thank you for demonstrating the same thing to me. And this is the point. This is the whole point I'm trying to show you that Jesus took upon the human nature. That the Word became flesh. That doesn't mean that it's taken away from His ability. The human nature that God has actually created us on? Wait, he's talking about the human nature that God created us on His image. Wait. Do you believe that the throne is dependent? Yeah. Okay. Do you believe that the throne is dependent? Would you say that the throne is created? Also, you say that the throne is created. Yes, that's not dependent. So, if the throne is dependent, right? Showing us the throne is dependent and Allah is dependent on the throne. Yes, He is. I'll tell you what. Basically, sit on it. Yes. It does not take away from Jesus' ability either. When you take it from human nature, it doesn't take away from His ability. You see your logic? You see your logic? It doesn't take away from His ability either. No. I personally don't always like to have a good conversation. If the person next to me doesn't have a good conversation, go ahead. I do have a question for you. Sounds good, I'll answer. I'll definitely answer, but I have a question for you. Is that faith? Sounds good? No. I won't answer your question, but I will answer. So when you say how many gods died on the cross, you're talking about how many God died, right? So you're actually conflating those and blood. Okay? So when you say died on the cross, how many gods died on the cross? Right? You're going to have to say which person of that triune God died on the cross, right? Because you conflate them. And we say that Jesus is the second person that died on the cross. It's because that God in a virtue of the divine. Right? Person. That's what you're doing. The second person, which is God, that died on the cross. Yeah, the second person. The second person of the divine God. Not that died on the cross.
Our connection isn't
Say that
complete yet.
Jesus, the second person of that triune God,
May
that
wisdom
died
guide your
for sin,
path.
right? In a virtue of his human nature, that he died, right? The person of Christ that died in virtue of his human nature, because we know that the Spirit of God cannot die, correct? So why did you guys still find our own position? You guys don't put us up in it. Hold on. No. But I told you that I'm going to ask you a question. Let's be fair. You ask me a question, I'll ask you that question. No, I can't. Yes, I can, because we're talking about the person. We're talking about the... No. Brother, when we say God, right? When we say the second person, God that died on the cross, right? We're talking about in the virtue of his own nature. We're talking about the work of God for our sins. The Spirit of God that died. So you know that God died. So we're talking about God put them on the human nature. In the virtue of his human nature, it will be the second person. Okay, so now, no, hold on, please. I'm going to answer my question. You ask a question. My question to you is, right, since you want to ask me that question, what are the two right things of Allah? Do you consider them to be literal, or do you consider them to be literal, or are they metaphorical? Okay, would you say that one hand is centered as well in a sense? Okay, so
Our connection isn't complete yet. May wisdom guide your path.
Allah is foot enters hellfire, and hellfire says, what's coming up? How can Allah's foot enters hellfire? Well, brother, I got you. Hey, brother, I mean, you have to go on, take care, but please consider what I will do this. See what all the arguments. Please, okay, no problem. Let me answer this. So you said that you thank you, man. You take care, right? Hey, man, you guys read the Book of David? The Book of David is cool, man. Yo. What's up, man? Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing? Yo, what's going on? Hold on, yeah. What's up? What's going on, bro? What's your belief? Islam's false, and we're talking about the Islamic dilemma. No, I'm not an Arab. So Islam is false. We're talking about the false because it's something that is not the same.
Our connection isn't complete yet. May wisdom guide your path.
Okay, let's go back to the topic, brother. Do you want to engage with the topic, or should I go to someone else? Which one is it? You tell me. You want to go to the topic, something else? How is it the same? How is it the same subject? And then Islamic dilemma. So, how does that even make sense? Like going to the Bible? Wait, hold on. So if Christianity is false, you think that Islam is true? Okay, God is one, no problem. So the Jews believe that God is one. Okay, you don't have to change. How did they make their life? Okay, so the Bible just said if you could disprove the Bible, that means that Islam is true. Why? Wait, so do you believe you say that this is a divine revelation?
Why are you laughing? You're not being respectful.
Would you say that this is a divine revelation from Allah?
The Bible is not, but it has some.
We're talking about that. Yes, yes. Like for example, like which one would you consider to be a divine revelation from Allah, from the Bible?
I'd say that the portion of the Gospels have the truth in them, but they are not entirely. Because
Like what? Like what? Give me one verse. Give me one verse that you consider.
Yes, but I told you.
So you believe that John 7 is a divine revelation from Allah? No, is it a divine? Okay, so when you say that it has the truth, you're saying that the truth comes from Allah. Okay, beautiful. So if the truth comes from Allah, if the truth, 1 second, allow me finish. If the truth comes from Allah, which means that that is a divine revelation, correct? Oh, so it's not? So it's not a truth. So it's not true. So then John 17:3 is not. It's not true. No, you don't have to explain. I don't want to deal with this BS. It's either divine revelation or it's not. Which one is it? Go ahead. Let's see if you're gonna answer the question. Hopefully you can. I'm not gonna pass. Okay, so if you copy the same thing from the book which Allah has revealed down, you wouldn't consider that as a divine revelation. If I copy that same thing, just 1 second. 1 second, Chad. 1 second, Bill. Just don't let this. What's going on, man? Hey.
I'll plant my banner in your body. Let's finish it. Harry is still standing.
So people are actually aware of it and they start waking up into reality. So it's not that this is- But I appreciate you, brother. It was definitely a pleasure. You have a wonderful day and God bless you, brother. Keep your head up, okay?
Thank you. May Jesus Christ will help you and good things for you, my friend.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. God bless you.
Bye-bye.
Amazing. Yo, what's going on? I am actually the CEO of Explosion Islam. MashaAllah. Hey, what's your belief? Are you a Muslim? You're Muslim? Why are you disgusting? What's good about it? But that doesn't mean you true, right? Just because you believe in it. What if I, you know what? Would you say I'm probably Hey, how about this? How about you actually follow me on YouTube? Let me write you my YouTube channel, and I can show you a lot of stuff from the Quran and the Hadith and all that. Where's my name? Yeah, you just search me up on YouTube, follow me, subscribe, or if you want to find me on TikTok, you can do that as well. Or just left. Hey, left. Yo, what's going on? Hey. Do we have someone? Yo. Oh man. Hello. You left. Yo. Yo. And he leaves. Hey, what's going on? Nothing much, man. I'm just chilling. Hey, what's your belief, bro? You don't mind me asking. Sorry? What's your belief? Yeah. Please don't mind. You left. Yo. Does that make it true? You have it? Oh,
Yeah. So can I, before you answer the question, can I ask you a counter question?
question when we have a topic already. It has to do with that Islamic film.
No, it's on the same topic. So your investigation was it done based on polemics and arguments, or was it a new sort of bias?
No, it has no. Of course, the investigation has to be done obviously through your own scholars and what they actually say in regard to what the Quran is. I'm actually still not in you guys' own position by going with what your own consensus of the scholars actually says, what the Sunnah actually says, and what the Hadith actually says, and what the Quran actually says. I actually go based on what Allah says. You guys don't go based on what Allah says. Now let me ask you a question. Do you believe so? Do you take everything that Allah says in the Quran? Do you take everything that Allah says? No. So when Allah says something in the Quran, do you take it? Do you take Allah as a reliable source, or do you believe Allah, or you don't believe Allah? Please go ahead. It's not like I'm I can't get out to you. Brother, this is not Jibreel, where Jibreel is choking Muhammad in the cave of Hira. Answer the question, go ahead. I'm scared, guys. I'm shaking. What does that have to do with the question that I asked you? Are you that dummy and stupid? What does that have to do with the question that I just asked you? Yeah, I'm too scared, guys. I'm too scared. No problem. I'm too scared. So answer my question. Answer my question. Do you believe what Allah says in the Quran? Do you trust everything that He says in the Quran? Yeah. Go ahead. Let's see if you can answer. Nobody's speaking. Go ahead. What's wrong with this guy? I like the whole thing. So would that be a P and a B? Would that be a P and a B? So what Allah says according to Quran 767, that there's some verses that are not clear, right? So you're saying that this is P and not B. Congratulations, for actually admitting that our faith in Quran has a contradiction. That one side that Allah, one statement that Allah says that we have equal explanation for everything within the Quran. But another statement that Allah goes on to say, hold on, this is what I'm here. Congratulations for demonstrating that the Quran has a contradiction. Why are you a Muslim, brother? With me actually bringing an argument, we actually show that the Quran is a contradiction. And I didn't even have to bother with it. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Take it easy. I don't know why you think that I'm interrupting every single time. Allow me to give you time to speak. Go ahead. Okay. What does that have to do with my heart? So you're saying everybody that I've heard
You have just squandered your last chance. This is your end, Raymane.
I actually been guided the previous guy. see all your manifesting, you're talking about you. You call me shaitan. Do you know that the shaitan is actually choke you around that? I don't know how to read. I don't know. There it is. On my video. This is why yeah, would you like me to read the verse from the Quran? Hold on. You just want me to read the verse from the Quran. Hold on. Hold on. That came off of the bush, not only that stuff, but Allah that he was all over. You know Allah
Yeah.
When you give me a salam, you're not allowed to give me a salam. You know that?
Naira.
Oh, you're back. What happened with that bastard?
You can't do this.
Spouted nonsense and ran off. Andrew, how are you feeling?
It's nothing. He had worse 100 times over. Stop fussing.
Andrew, don't strain yourself. Just focus on healing for now.
Oh, I'll be fine before long. Stay put. Push yourself and you'll end up dead.
Dwayne, keep an eye on him for a while.
All right.
Have you spoken with Marius and the others?
Yeah. Everyone's eager for a chance to sit down and trade tales. But Marius, he seemed quite troubled. I don't know. Something about Payloon? You should go ask him.
He'll be fine. Go on.
All right.
Oh, Cliff. I've been expecting you. I've been thinking. I might call in some favors from the hovels.
Why? Is there something wrong?
I've been trying to gather more news from Payloon. Our informants are doing their best, but we could always use more eyes and ears.
That's a sound plan, Marius. I'll leave it to you.
Fuck me! So this is home now, eh? Not too shabby!
Eh?
Marius!
Jan! Oh, that tavern musk.
Fuck off! What's with your leg? For Solomon's sake!
Maybe I just wanted your attention.
Come on.
Or maybe the black bears ragdolled me off a bloody cliff.
Those blistered arsenuts! Ah! If I catch that cockweasel Muradin!
Calm down.
Ah! Marius! I'll make that fur-cloaked fuck crawl on all fours! I'm telling you!
Yeah, well, I'd like to see that.
No Greymane need fear them again. I promise you. You know what? I'll hang every one of those bear bastards by their ballsacks!
First, why don't you sober up a bit?
I'm sober enough. Come on, let's remedy that, Marius.
Everyone's out there, waiting for us to find them. Excellent timing. Seems some people have been asking around about us. So I did some digging. I've made a list of the ones who might be Greymanes themselves. Here. Do you reckon you could look into them? See what you can find?
Sure.
Marius and I will continue to gather information on our comrades.
We mustn't be passive in this. We should extend our search.
Agreed.
Please, make sure our comrades are safe. I'm counting on you, Cliff.
thing.
A cremain, living off day wages. Who'd have thought?
Alright guys, we did have a good audience. From now on, I'm going to be doing live streams on, what's that app called? What's that website called? On Intel?
They're not teaching women's
So I'm going
manners.
to be using that as well as a backup in case if we have nobody to speak with. So we've been live for 2 hours. It's been about 2 hours. I appreciate all you
Luke?
guys for showing up. Please consider
Ronald.
supporting us for us to grow more.
Huh?
We're trying our best to go
Cliff!
like, you know, at least twice a week.
I knew they couldn't kill you.
Even after those black bear bastards swore up and down, you were dead.
By the way, you
Believe
need.
them, did you?
Yeah, man.
We've been chasing rumors of you since that day. Truth
What
be
topic
told,
should we do next? You guys
nearly
go.
gave
What
up
topic
more
should
than
we do
once.
next? Chat.
Aye, but you didn't.
I didn't let him know. Huh? But
What topic
if
would you
you're
like
here,
to do, like,
then
to
does that
discuss?
mean...
Aye. There's our camp where we've been gathering.
Without
No, don't worry,
us?
guys. I'm not going to show their screen.
That's not
unless
a
if,
party unless
unless
we're
if,
there. Just a
they're showing
bunch of
their
dull
face.
bastards,
Don't worry
eh?
about that. I already know how to go about that. So tell me what topics you guys
now
want me to
it's
discuss
a
next.
proper Grey Mane revival. Tell you what, we'll head over.
So,
We're
so,
kinda
so, yeah,
waiting
what is,
long enough.
What is Messiah? All right, what else? I was watching the Islamic Dome. All right, the Islamic Dome is pretty much the main one. Yeah, Islamic Dome is my main, you know, and I've been, you know, discussing this argument for the past few years already. I would say about 4 years. I've been, you know, articulating or showing them how Islamic Dome belongs to the whole Islam. You know, and not only is co-equal with Allah. You know, whatever you guys want me to talk about, a shirk in Islam, we could even talk about that. You guys want me to talk about, let's say, Muhammad is being bewitched, controlled by the Satan, we could talk about that. We could talk about the preservation of the Quran, whatever you guys want me to talk about. Preservation of the Quran and non-reliability of the Hadiths. Oh, that's a good one, actually. That's a very good one. I don't know if you guys know a video debunking Daniel 2 and 7 about being, you know, so-called being about Muhammad. It's not about Muhammad. All I did was went to the Hadith from their own sources, from Sunnah, and what the Quran says, right, to debunk the claim about Muhammad being in Daniel 2 and 7. So watch that as well. But I think I'm going to redo it. I think I'm going to redo it. I want to redo it. So you have to go. You know, we're going live every Monday and Tuesday. Thank you guys for showing up. Bahad, which means that all we do is call Shubahad. Go ahead and do so. That way we can upgrade our that I'm thinking about going to New York as well. See you guys into the next live stream. And by the way, before I leave, I like to play this song. Before I leave. All right, peace out, y'all. God bless you guys, and we'll see you guys.
To try to see if they are watching us. We go. Always close.
Gathering without us? That stings a little. I'll join shortly.
The freaking features. You know that is a tradition here to sing that before. Yeah. 80% they say. What happens according to mainstream? What happened? astronauts get hit by a solar storm during NASA's ambitious moon mission. Look, that's one of the strong reasons that make me believe that they will be late for sure. They know it's coming. They know that the solar storm will hit the Earth now. Any moment it will come. They have their own forecast. So yesterday I showed you this. That is the forecast from NASA. This is a model from NASA. It's not from NOAA. No. Of an impact. You see? And it's a strong one.
Hey, up!
They all pull to their narratives because
Get going!
Starlink is a problem because some debris are there. But now, massive solar storm and more that can come from this region. Thank you. Of course, they can. Jane, thank you so much for the super chat. Of course they can. Of course they can. Who the heck knows? Who the heck knows what the we are doing? What happens? This is here. You can see here. The sun is here. This is here. And there's a group of sunspots that trigger the next 1.3, which is X, it's the biggest flare. And then that flare triggered this plasma, which is the coronal mass ejection, that will be here by a sun. But the sun here is rotating in this position. We are watching from above, so it's rotating up. They do it like this, but up. So everything that you see comes from here. If there's another explosion like this, for instance, today, because this was yesterday, it will be in front of us. And the day after, it will be a bit to the side. It will be up. In 1 week, it will be to the far side. So to say what? To say that they know very well that danger. That there's a risk there. What do they respond to those questions? There's nothing to worry about. If an event is particularly bad, so a strong one, from the sun, there are some places in the capsule, such as storage bays and down by the toilet, that the crew can be thrown. They don't have good shield, they are some, they will deal with this. You'll see. The other side happens the same. I was saying, well, the sun woke up. It's strong. Coronal mass ejection. I said they will deal with it. They delayed everything. The Artemis 3, we are not here. Once the Artemis 2 astronauts get beyond the protected environments of the Earth's atmosphere and magnetic field, they will be subject to space radiation. Know that. Or Martians. And obviously they speak about 4 humans going towards a place that they don't have experience in. Because on Apollo, according to shenanigans, we were lucky. What about the radiation belt? They didn't know about the radiation belt. That's it. It happened that we had luck. Because without knowing it, we crossed everything, according to them, without hitting the worst parts of the radiation belt and the solar storms as well. So it's like you close your eyes and you cross the highway. and then you reach to the other side. But you are not aware of the cars there. Just cross. You don't see the cars. The cars are invisible to you, as it was on Apollo missions. The solar radiation was invisible. They didn't know about that back that time. Now we know.
At Ned Manoyo super chatted $1.99. Quack, 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 quack.
Thank you, Ned, for the super chat. So do you realize that this is a reality? Back that time, Apollo missions, they didn't understand Van Allen belt, solar coronal mass ejections, whatever. They couldn't detect them, measure them. They're the same, because the first picture of a coronal mass ejection was in 1972. So you see, they had no knowledge. As we have now, more knowledge about the sun. So we are lucky. It's what they said in Apollo mission. Now we know. We know about this, about the sun and what the sun does. The crew of 4 will be vigilant. What can they do? They are like this in a capsule. Vigilant for what? Oh, guys, would you bet it's a knife, a gun, or a missile that will wipe out us?
And Mouse-H6C super chatted $13.79. Is all this activity indicating that something is influencing? Like maybe Nibiru is coming? Bomb.
Nibiru is another possibility. Something is out there in our cloud. Something might come and we are not aware of it. They won't tell us. Planet X is explored by many mainstream scientists. So, the clues are all there, Mouse. Perfectly possible. The crew, don't worry. Don't worry, the crew will be vigilant. What they will vigilant about what? The thing will come and they can't do anything. Thank you, David Jones. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Dobsonian Power memberships. Eyeing radiation detectors, but for what? Look, the detector is to the roof. Okay. Let's turn back. No, they can't. Put the head in the toilet. And listening for caution and warning alarms. Stay strong. But we are burning here. There's too much radiation. You didn't warn us. It's unpredictable, the sun. We are burning. Look at us. All, everything, the skin, everything. Don't worry. Strong to you. Good vibes. We'll see you later. Bye. And what can they do from the earth? Put an umbrella there. Warning alarms. For what? Scare them more. They will also be outfitted with active dosimeters, devices that measure exposure to radiation. Oh, the dosimeter just melted, such as X-rays or gamma rays. All things that won't save their life. You'll see that they will delay. 40% that say no, 30% that say no, they won't delay. You'll see. However, the astronauts will still take defensive measures if they encounter particular high radiation levels. This is the important part. From a powerful solar storm, for example. They know very well. Not for example. You freaking know that a solar storm is highly possible? Come on, guys. Look at the sun. flare? Yes, okay. Hold on. I'll show you better. Look at the sun now. If they explode, we'll still be able to affect us. They can't predict it. It's impossible. It's impossible. The best they can do is, okay, we had an X-flare yesterday, it is likely that we can have more. We are not there yet. Hopefully, I believe we will. I believe we will reach a point, humans, with more instruments around the sun, whatever, that will turn forecasts more accurate. But right now, no. Spacecraft is relatively highly shielded. However, the astronauts will still take defensive measures. From a powerful solar storm, they will establish a shelter with central storage base, whose contents will be moved to a known hotspot within Orion. Orion is the spacecraft. Doing so would create a lower dose vision in the capsule, helping to reduce the crew's radiation exposure. Orion is a good vehicle to be in during a radiation storm, as it is compact and dense and hence offers up good radiation shielding, they say.
If you grow up. Need something packed? You've come to the right person.
We'll see. Let's see that crater, because something happened for the ones that don't know. This is crazy. I looked at NASA, the old NASA has something, I'll show you. Look, this is from NASA. We'll see tomorrow, yes. NASA science continues after Firefly's first moon mission concludes. The Fireflies took pictures like this. What the heck is this? They can't explain this. Did you know that? They can't explain this on the moon. And this weirdness of the green tint here looks algae or something. Weird. But they can't explain, and this happens so often. And I showed you that on Apollo 11, and it was Buzz that was talking about that, he saw something on the Aristarchus crater that now I want to zoom in. That was super bright, and they couldn't explain. I showed you a while ago. So we'll zoom there. This is an old one, but it's worth it a lot for you to listen. Listen to this. This was from NASA. This guy was from NASA. In the USF Force, everything, you know, China. Look. And I was a precision electronics photograph repairman for the top secret crypto clearance in the United States Air Force. I was stationed at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia. In 1965, in mid-1965, I was monitoring a project at NASA on Langley, Virginia. Dr. Colley was in charge of that project. They had problems with a piece of electronic equipment that was bottlenecking their production of photographs. I went to the facility and I walked in.
So it starts here. This was all the curriculum of this guy, no? It starts here. You enter in the facility, and look what happened. This is a very known one.
The facility, there were scientists from all over the world.
Scientists from all over the world. This is the next shenanigan. Now it's
Stuff actually is people at a NASA project from all over the world.
NASA project.
Making sense to me initially. I was taken into the laboratory where the equipment was not functioning. I couldn't repair it in the dark. I asked him. A airman second class was in the dark at that time. I was also an airman second class. I was interested in how the whole process functioned, how the data got from the laboratory. I asked the young man to describe the process to me. He did. About 30 minutes into the process, he said to me, in a very distressed way, by the way, we discovered base on the backside of the moon.
This is so wonderful. By the way, we discovered the base on the dark side of the moon. This is freaking crazy, man.
And then he proceeded to put photographs down in front of me, and clearly in these photographs were structures, mushroom-shaped buildings,
Structures, mushroom-shaped buildings. These are the photographs.
circle buildings, and towers. And mushroom-shaped buildings, circle buildings, and towers.
Towers.
And at that point, I was very concerned because I knew we had compartmentalized security. He had breached security, and I was absolutely frightened at that moment. And I did not question him any further. And a few moments later, someone did enter the room. I worked there for 3 more days, and I remember going home naively thinking, I can't wait to hear about this on the evening news. And
So we thought it would be exposed on the news.
here it is, more than 30 years later, and I hope we heard from it tonight. And I will testify under oath before Congress that what I'm saying is the truth.
This is crazy.
My boss,
This is crazy, man. Carl Wolf. This is freaking crazy, man. It's not new, but it's worth to listen. The base on the moon. Is he telling the truth? Let me ask you to know if you think. Yes or no? Now, another poll. Is there a base on the moon? Hashtag yes in the chat if you think yes, there's a base on the moon. Regardless. It can be human, alien, whatever.
Royal
There's a base
trade's
on
the
moon.
best way to make
On the
bring
dark
me
side, as
whatever
he
you
said.
want packed.
Or no. No base on the moon. It's just rock. What do you believe? For the ones that don't know, this is a poll that I often do here. So we just hashtag yes or hashtag no in the chat, and the poll will adjust accordingly. Meanwhile, let me pull the moon to other side. This is something weird for sure. There, triangular, but we can't say anything. It's just for the fun of we don't know anything. We can't go there to show you. Look, I'm here.
That is Tarkus crater, where they saw in Apollo mission from space, they saw bright things coming from here. They could explain. This is official. It's nothing. See if I can find it. It's the one that I thought the first time. The bright one. Yes, it is. It's the bright one, and it has this on the side. There we go. That one here. Let me try to focus a bit better. It's the
standards. At William Hill Vegas, they matter. That's why with Bonus Drop Boost, you get a chance to win each day. It's free to play. Drop a disc to start building your Friday boost.
It's super bright, man. And bluish. Do you see the bluish tint there? Can you see? Let's lower the brightness. This was the crater that the astronauts saw from space, ejecting lights, bright lights, pulsing, something they couldn't explain. Aristarchus. They are using the blur tech to hide it, but now I'm using my telescope. Let me lower. So it's not that telescope. The brightness can be adjusted. There's a different tint color. Then there's this here. You can see the crater, and then this here. It's a landing site. Thank you, Rio Dragon, for becoming an explorer. That's a moon yet. We are always dependent on the atmosphere to watch this. I'm using the best that I have Look, we are watching in real time the pictures that you see from the moon. That I can do as well. I record the video, then I process it, and then we have a beautiful sharp picture.
Too many folk
I'm
keep...
doing this in real time. Pointing
Need
down
something
smoke,
packed?
watching
You've come to the
live.
right person.
Something happened. We can. Well, 90% believes that there's a bit on the moon. I would hope it will. I would say yes. There's a freaking force on the moon. A pretty bit on the moon.
Why carry all those trade goods? I'll be here if you need me.
There were two videos they had on this nation about people. Look, the astronaut. Can you imagine? They are saying, look, there's another guy with people watching on their internet. Look at them. Trying to figure it out. This was drawings from sketches of the Horizon Glow and streamers during Apollo 17. And these were the images. Look at this glow. You see another one, another one. It looks like something is there. This is real, man. This was so crazy, man. Look, the image that I showed you today.
Dig into 540 super chatted $4.99. What about that new impact they recently found?
I don't know. Let's check it out. Thank you, Digging. New impact on the moon. If you can point it to me, I don't know, man. Remember? It's here. I didn't see it. In a rare event, the moon got a massive new crater. The crater is 225 meters wide, a size expected only once every 139 years. And wide as 2 So you're a traitor.
I've been working since sunup and I'm not half through.
I don't know. I think that traitor is in the backside of the I think I will and after that, I think it was what happened. On the dark side.
You look friendly, but soft.
My eyes hurt when I look into the Bible.
Could be bad news for future moon bases.
What?
They are exposed.
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
see
Hail.
where
Is there any man like Marshal Midland?
when the atmosphere is better, we can see this report itself. But it seems this is the best I can do today. Let's see if we can find any on the Terminator. Here.
As you know, my domain is rather vast, and it's been difficult to keep watch over everything of late. You know all too well how those wretched bandits are running wild. We've had no word from the southern fort in days. I'd like you to go and make sure that everything is in order there.
Same Arabic word to describe.
You know, sometimes you're looking around and thinking, the world is all screwed up. Look at all the messed up stuff that's happening. Bad times. And then you get a message from Jai saying, hey, Alex Jones is talking about the old look. Oh, good day. Any day someone's sharing this.
Oh, today was a right bastard, but tomorrow's another day.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? Yeah, someone
Bandits. Red smoke.
I was talking about Zook, and I was like, nope. And as soon as I saw that, I sent it over to David, sent it over to you, and it will be a fun stream.
Yeah, guys, so, Alex Jones just kind of, out of nowhere, as far as I know, just did a segment of a show talking about Muhammad and the Knife of Look, and he was covering, he went through a clip, not the way Zook went through Muhammad, but he went through a clip of, that young guy, I forget what his name is, young guy.
Yeah, the guy on TikTok.
Hey,
Yeah, young guy on TikTok, I don't see a lot of TikTok unless someone sends me a specific video. But anyway, hey, I know some of you guys are on TikTok. Young guy made a TikTok video about the night of Al-Zut, and then it got like millions of views. views, and it got like a bunch on X as well. Who was that? And then, I'm just saying that because I want to give him a shout out here for anyone who wants to follow that. I guess I can look it up because we did talk about it before. Come on, guys. Tell me what his name is. One of you knows. I'll ban all of you.
Catholic Sam doesn't sound like that's the guy.
Oh, two
Jesus
people said
Yeah,
Jesus and whatnot.
Yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
that's his. I guess that's his TikTok channel. I was, if anyone knows his actual name, so we know what we're talking about. But anyway, Alex was playing part of his video and played some of mine, and had Raymond Ibrahim on there as well. So says his name's Dia Altalbi. Okay, thank you for solving that mystery. All right, guys. So
Hail.
Alex started talking about that and played some of our clips. So we're gonna go ahead and check this out. And after we check this out, we're going to go over to X where Alex posted this because, believe it or not, you had some Muslims flipping out over this. And hey, Jai, I don't know if you've noticed this over on your channel, but ever since they attacked Chris in London, and then there's this, I'm trying to think of anything else, but Muslims over like this past 2 days on X, it seemed like 20 times more aggressive than they were. They had like it's just I can't even keep track of all of them coming after everyone and flipping out and arguing with everybody right now. So something set them off. Something set them off.
Something in the water.
Something in the Sam water started a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, that too. But yeah, they feel. I think they feel emboldened because they're trying to get a cheap shot on Chris. So they feel emboldened maybe. But yeah, I see that as well.
Turn the frogs gay. The frogs jumped in Sam's well. Now the whole well is gay. Turn the frog gay, and then they're all drinking out of it. All right, guys. So anyway, yeah, we got some Muslims out over posting that and saying all things. The only thing like flowers, uniform, some of them are just like whining, but others are actually trying to respond to it. So we're going to check out what the evidence is. You guys TikTok.
I've fought in many wars.
He had clearly watched some of the live streams where Johnny and the OC actually responded to the because some of that material and stuff like that. But guess what? That's what everyone can do. Not. Most of us are going to be using that material. So someone that covers that material, that's lie. From the Donald guy who responds because I don't know how to respond to that. So it's good when people have actually, pulled up the lexicon and stuff like that, and gone through the sources. I needed a good sources and how it's used, so we get an idea of how Arabia and stuff like that. So anyway, point is, we're going to look for responses and then we're going to that stakes and stuff like that, and you got attacked. Yeah, that's what we need. Screenshot the reputation, and then you go over to Muslim source using that supposed reputation and lost it, buddy.
Yeah, there's also the live they tell about it. Like I said, want this, and so really good to get those out there. Even before
That's a smart dude.
Yeah.
That's up to Alex Jones. Picking that hornet's nest. I guess he's never been shot at kicking a hornet's nest. So, first off, Super Alex Jones video. I saw the first maybe 6 minutes of or something like that. Like clips and stuff like that, but I've seen it. Most of my videos on break. Go into the ground. The next man. Jesus and whatnot.
I'll slaughter all you piece of turd.
Anyway, so that's the rest of it. Definitely funny. He would. I'll finish you! Hates the concept of time. Hey, I'm just you're trying to call in, Shy, and then go to the line and hang up on you. They make you update. Oh, yeah. Double click the overlay.
Yeah, even on my end, I can see.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Even from my perspective, over here on the guest side, I see.
Never done that before. I mean, this may have always been available somewhere, but now it's telling me that I can do all this stuff. We got scrolling picker. Dynamic. I don't know if I'm going to click on anything.
Oh, wow. I like that.
That was so dynamic.
Oh, you can.
I can do that. I can do drag it down.
Yeah, you can make it a little bit darker. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get.
It does. What actual color?
So people are like, you're live.
Well, I do like it because sometimes, depending on what the background is, sometimes it's hard to. Hey, look at that!
Oh, that's.
Alright, we're probably going to stick with that, and then we'll probably alright. That should make it a little easier to see. So, again, sometimes, depending on what the background is, it's hard to see. I didn't need this. Okay, alright. Now I know I have, and again, this is probably always available in this program for, like...
No, they definitely They definitely did.
Oh, I know. It's just they made it like obvious how to do it. I'm just saying it's probably in the settings somewhere.
We got Alex Jones tuning in for the first time to the stream, and we're like talking about
turning over colors game. D-Wood hates the concept of time. TikTok, the prophet got clocked by all book. That's true, he did. We're about to see the proof. Alex Jones found you from TikTok. We need your videos in TikTok to reach the young people and the trans Muslim converts with the blue hair. We are invading TikTok here. We're going through a bunch of, we got a bunch of stuff going on now. Not clicking, we got a bunch of things to change and stuff, but should be up and running, should be fully up and running, next month. Coming month, April.
a lot of trains up in the Warner sense. happening, and Teddy's really
Yeah, and so first thing we're going to do is get multicam, live call-in shows up and running. Then in May, the normal video studio set for regular videos. And yep, sometime along there, we will be invading TikTok. I've gotten the Muslims really mad at. I noticed. Yeah. Hey, Paul State of Allah. That's part of what I was thinking of when they seem more aggressive now. Like, you know, before you toss out a comment or something like this, you'll get a Muslim here responding, Muslim there responding. They are like pouncing, not like pouncing off Muhammad, but they're doing it with people's posts and stuff like that. So anyway, yeah, but Paul State of Allah.
insult that you know as insulting. I'm sure you've seen it. We don't need to repeat it, but yeah, there's a bunch of insults that they're saying coming from Ljubljana, right? So, yeah, he's oh, he
is. He's gonna go down in history. For assisting Malik in causing the biggest campaign of Quran desecration. Sarah said, I've gotten the most really bad text. The amount of times I've been called all because I'm excited for the Quran demo video. Balls, yeah, thinking out about that. And I actually responded to someone saying, all the guys are just blunt hurt. None of these things. Well, we've heard some of the stuff that goes. Liviano is using life of monetizing the fight. Yeah, that was stupid. There's no monetization. He's covering up and he sees blood in them because
so many weak spots in your defense.
18 videos, 85 videos, restricted. Because he shows blood. All life did was say, hey, if you want to see the actual picture with the blood, what it actually looked like, that's on Facebook. There was didn't cost anything. Just click on it over there. And they're thinking, monetizing the guy who was saying that? Ali Dawah, right?
This is gonna be fun.
Wait, I'm the same Ali Dawah selling his and who's funding the Uyghur genocide.
Yeah,
just to make money on prayer man.
So Ali Dawah does an ad for the video, like the 40-minute video that Ali Dawah just did, full of mistakes, full of blunders. By the way, look out for live response, also his response. Probably both of them coming up tonight or maybe tomorrow, but look out for that. But he's talking about how, you know, this was supposedly monetized or something, or it was behind a paywall because it was on Patreon. Patreon, you don't need to have a paywall just because on Patreon.
There was no paywall. I clicked on it. I clicked on it. Yeah. I clicked on it.
You didn't pay a cent.
It was just Chris without the blood being done.
Yeah. And so Ali Dawah was setting it up like, even I, Ali Dawah, even I felt bad for Chris. But here's his friend trying to make it up. But this video makes you feel bad for Chris. You put an ad in front of the video of what the person, like I said, so you're trying to make money off of it, like you're actually trying to make money off of it, whereas Life didn't actually target you. Didn't get a violation.
Yeah, you got people in the super chat saying D Wood has no concept of time. The Dawah guys have no concept of consistency. Well, if you're doing something that you're not doing, and they'll accuse you of doing it while they're literally doing it.
It's funny because in the video, Ali Dawah is saying, you see, we're morally consistent, not strategically, we're morally consistent. And like that's one of his main things that he says, like he's trying to be morally consistent through the video. And it's anyway, yeah, you guys will see all the pointers.
Yeah, we'll have to check out some of that stuff there. mistakes. Looted and booted. Looted and booted. D-Wood and Jai should make a cartoon of Muhammad's mishaps. D-Wood, you should do the voices. You crack me up with your impressions. Yeah, I can't do like videos and stuff. That requires like programs. But I like those voices.
Yeah, by the way, there's one of us who are fans of
I saw that too. That was funny. Not gonna lie, I'm fresh from Mars Bellville. But by the way, those are, apart from like people leaving Islam or converting to Christianity or something like that, my favorite comments are the ones from Muslims when they're like, okay, I'm like in video or I'm like making fun of Muhammad, but they'll be like, okay, that's funny.
like they're grudge watching, but then they still are like,
you can't help it. It's pronounced Yarko. Oh, with Muhammad Belvin. Yeah, we're gonna be, don't worry, I'm sure that's objective. We're making it public gay. Sam Waters making it public gay. Alex L. Dr. Wood, are you done with responses against the bad behavior against your man from the Irian anti-social? Are you joking? You seem to have chilled out on it. Christ, it's chill out. Bring it down. Two of my favorite things to do. Two of my favorite things to do in the work. And they seem to be kind of connected. One, I like periodically putting something out there, giving people a ton of ammunition to attack me with, and then they think, ha, we finally got him, he's destroyed, and then to come back and not be destroyed, right? And then to lose it all to destroy. It's like one of my favorite things in the world. Hey, guys, you can do that. I'm like clockwork. About every 2 to 3 years, I do that. I'm like, hey, here's the info to attack me with. So that is fun. And the other thing that's really fun is I just chill out and they think it's over.
Get on with it then!
Styling up to 10 all of a sudden. No, guys, there's no, this is permanent. This is permanent. You're about to see. They're turning a
Come
profit.
on, killer!
I say we need to push more Hadith.
More guts than brains! Hurry up! Let's do this!
There's certain things we want to things like that. But as far as just something that's hilarious and disturbing, we got to figure out what we want to do.
Scurry off to where you came from!
Either go, I'm going to answer, I'll ask you about Mother King and his wife's clothing. And the same thing, it's, we could give you the benefit of the doubt and say, oh yeah, there, being in Aisha's garden means being in Aisha's house, or it just means blanket or something like that. They want us to give the benefit of the doubt when it just said Muhammad was in his wife's clothing. And it's just, okay, you guys are compulsive liars, and we told you, quit lying. And, don't stop lying. We're not going to lie in response, but we will stop giving the benefit of the doubt. We'll just go with what these passwords mean. So we've got that. We've got Muhammad sleeping with Ali's mother after she died and so on. So we got a couple of issues. We got a few issues like that. But we need to pick one to really, really popularize it in 2026, like the elves last year.
I was just talking on this today with DOC. We were literally just talking about this today. There's Yasser Qadi talks about. Okay, so there are books that are called the problematic, hadiths or the problematic traditions, and they're like all in Arabic, and they're just like going over like problematic hadith number 1. Here's how we respond, and problematic hadith number 2. And Yasser Qadi was talking about how those are problematic. Like they become problematic because they give rise to issues that people didn't know existed. So what we're thinking was we're just gonna go through one of those big books, like, and just go through like the top 10 of like what the
Can't thank you enough, friend.
Like it's so yeah, we're definitely some of the things you mentioned as well are in there, but there's other things in there that we don't even know about that exist.
So guys, we'll yeah, we should you know what, on the big believer in the people, maybe well, hey, we'll come up with like the top 10.
Yeah.
This, and then we'll put a vote out there. Hey guys, what do you want us to really do? Yeah, make it happen. Well, may not have split the moon. Look sure did. Yep, they split Momo's moon. Almost seemed like Orthoducklips and Ali wanted us to be mad and rip up Qurans instead of light-hearted jokes about Chris. Silly, ain't it? Did they?
So if you watch the whole like 40-minute thing, which I didn't, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't watch the whole 40-minute thing. I kind of like sped through it. But if you kind of what they want you to walk away with is that basically Chris got himself hit to avoid debating with Ron. That's kind of like.
Are you kidding me? Chris was standing there in David, and it's after the guy repeatedly punched David in the face.
Yeah.
And Chris, by the way, this is coward. And then Chris says, "What are you doing?" He turns around and punches Chris. So this is Chris trying to avoid a debate. Chris Victor is specifically challenging him to a debate.
That's how they're framing it. Yeah, they're framing it like that. And so that should challenge Chris. And, they should have challenged Chris and they told him that, you know, hey, you set the place, we're going to come meet you. And so they're actually still wanting to frame it like he's the one running some debates. Like, up there.
Still think I'm chilled out? D-Wood didn't chill out. D-Wood likes it when people think he chilled out. Never seen me chilled out, guys. Only see me pretending to be chilled out.
Don't touch that. Royal treat's the best way to make coin.
What they're referring to, specifically what they're referring to is Life. So they played like Life's video where Life went over what happened as well, and he was like kind of like he had a phone call with Chris with UK David, and he I think he like they played like a portion of it when he was like kind of like laughing with them, and they were saying like, oh look at his friends are even clouding him, like you know this is so yeah you know Lex was saying like you know like hearted jokes, like they were upset about that. I think the response they wanted was like, you know, oh, we should like, you know, I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah, they had all sorts of different like things that they were trying to present in that video that they did. That was one of the things they tried to present that like Chris is care about them, where they're trying to like monetize the thing.
Are they joking? We will go to war. There is no scenario that there is. See, here's what happens. Someone will punch Chris in the face. And then they'll all post the pictures and laugh and mock. Oh, Chris's nose died for our sins, and they're mocking both Chris and Christianity. And then that's when they all get more aggressive because they're like, oh yeah, now we got the momentum going because now we started attacking people and stuff. And it's like, guys, that whole situation where you try to.
I'll keep it safe. You have my. I'll be here if you need me.
Taking a swing, and now you guys are all. Now we're all happy. Those are the situations where there's no scenario where I'm going to allow you to regard punching a Christian apologist in the face as a win. And I will escalate as much as I need to, for as long as I need to, for you to look back at that and go, that was one of the most disastrous and stupid things we've ever done. That's going to happen. That's going to happen. I'll spend 20 years doing that, guys. I'll spend 20. I pointed out before when people were like, "Why'd you rip up the Quran in response to that guy?" Oh, that was still from Muhammad Hijab from 6 years ago, right? We ain't forget. We ain't forget.
Yeah. So they just completely like they're intentionally misrepresenting things as well. And they're also lying about things. But yeah, that's one of the narratives they're running with. That people don't really care and they're just trying to monetize it and all that other stuff.
Yeah, with that said, it's not like, oh, I'm all broken up over a bloody nose. I mentioned to Chris, I'm like, grown up, like I have a bloody nose like 2 or 3 times fighting in the trailer park. So on. So it's not like, oh no, blood, oh my goodness, it's the end of the world. Like, you got punched, and you guys are, these other guys are running their mouths about it, and that's not gonna last. It's not gonna last. Dawa is consistently inconsistent. Yes, that's the only thing they're consistent at. Al, you like my profile pic? That's good. Yeah, that's a good. You got a good one. You got the sombrero. You got the taco there. The only food I eat: breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Taco.
Hey, you should the background to the super chats. You should make it like the Mexican flag, like a.
Ooh. Oh yeah. I have to mess with this because I only saw it once we clicked. Once we were live. But apparently, it's like they get this huge menu of all this stuff I can do.
Yeah, you have to make a flag out of that.
Studio Ghibli Muhammad Anime. Oh, is that for making the cartoons and I do the voices? Instead of Revenge of the Nerds, could do a skit called Revenge of the Al-Thut. The Al-Thut, we're not nerds. Revenge of the Al-Thut. Yeah, we could do something. I really don't care what they call me. I've been called worse by blood. I just find it funny that Muslims can't figure out that their sick behavior doesn't do what they think it does. Yeah, I know. And and really apostate of Allah, when they're coming at you like that, when they're just going after you with endless every name they can think of, that means they're worried about you.
Yeah.
That means they're worried about you, and they're trying things, and that's what they do with women. And everything's different. Everything's different with. I mean, some of the stuff's the same, right? Like if they don't like what we're doing, they go down a list. Okay, let's try threats. Let's try insult. They go down a list of things that are all trying to make you uncomfortable exposing their fake content. That's what they do. Women, they just have extra things they do. Right? With certain people, it has the opposite effect with other people.
Yeah, they're beliefs, and they're just being like they're trying to what sticks. Like, okay, if you respond to this thing, then okay, that's what they're going to be saying. So like, if you respond to one thing, it got to her or got to them, and they're going to keep going down and over.
That's what they're doing. Like all this stuff. Oh, doxing. Okay, is that working? Oh, let's try this. Oh, let's try that. Okay, doxing. This person isn't working. What if we do it? What if we talk to this person? What if we try this? They're obsessed with finding like a lever to control people. The moment someone says, okay, do what you want. Don't feel like do what you want. And everyone, all these problems. And then realize this stuff doesn't work. I'll be Dave said, my new catchphrase, and that's teach an unknown, pretend for a minute that you are not a Muslim, and you can understand logic. Kind of hard for them to role play like that, though. 2026 is a real exodus for Islam. I wonder what other type of Quran leaking we'll see this year. Only low IQ goons are left. Big, yeah. They're getting down to the kind of bottom of the barrel. Still out there. Been away for a while. Didn't get to hear out Jay. Sorry for off topic, but can you guys please shortly talk a bit about your journey? Sounds interesting. Stay safe, y'all. Let's talk about it.
Oh, does he like okay? Is that our journey, or is it?
We don't know what you're talking about, Mosh.
Maybe because he's been away, he didn't see. I'm not sure. Yeah,
we'll see. But yeah, we'll have a little live stream where we can update you on anything. Muhammad, the LGBTQIA2+ prophet. Yeah. Sorry if it's been asked already. I'm not too active on YouTube, but what's the deal with you and Sam Shamoon? Not associating with people who too screwed up for me. But, yeah, we did a whole live stream on it. If you're interested, go look it up. Go check it out. Other than that, not terribly interested. The job responding to Gad's dad claimed whites overrepresented per capita for sex offenses in the UK, but Pakistani underrepresented.
That's not someone you want to get into a stats war with Muhammad Hijab. You know, I was gonna say he should stick to his lane, but he doesn't really have a lane anymore. He's just kind of just hoping something. He's another guy who just hopes something sticks. But you know, Gad is way smart.
Yeah, he's way smarter.
Yeah, I'm gonna go well for him.
Been catching up on your lives. Chris stumbling onto screen with a bloody nose, sounding all out of breath. Call the police, never fails to make me laugh. I was worried up until that point, then I practically fell off my chair laughing. No, it was, I mean, you know, he got busted, but the whole scene of, Chris then holding the guy on the ground and stuff like that. And someone took a swing, then he got balled up, and then Muslims helped him escape, and then they covered up the evidence. They tried to cover up, and they tried to delete as much privatize as much content as they could to keep people from putting the clips together and seeing who was doing what and so on. So they're trying to turn this into a win instead of them being pathetic cowards who win the debate. So all right, we ready to get into this? All right, everyone, check out Mr. Alex Jones. Talking about Turn of the Prophets gang.
It's in the deeds, and it mentions the events. They became superhuman. This particular tribe that was there that was black were known for their prowess, and it says Muhammad rode 30 men and got their power.
Just to be clear, they rode Muhammad, right?
Yeah,
they rode Muhammad, but look at
his point, how he narrates stories. I don't know what it is, but it makes me laugh so much. Now he's talking about good. It's it just doubles that laughter. So yeah,
and it's funny. It's look at his face right there. He clearly finds this amusing, as he should.
Wait, but how did he say it in the tweet? He said historians have discovered.
Oh yeah, hang on.
We'll
check it out here. We'll check it out here in a bit. But I'll just read it real quick. Oh yeah, major historic development. Major historic development. I can't read his post without thinking of his voice. Major historic development. Researchers have discovered the source of the Prophet Muhammad's superhuman strength. According to Holy Islamic writings, the Prophet Muhammad received a powerful injection from 30 black men that gave him the strength of 30 men. Watch, share the live end stream here. Oh. A lot of it's been shared. Let me back this thing up, not the way Muhammad backed it up. But
it's in the deeds, and it mentions the events. They became superhuman. This particular tribe that was there that was black were known for their prowess, and it says Muhammad rode 30 men and got their power.
You're right, he is funny the way you narrate it, right? This is how he became superhuman. People wonder, how did he develop the Superman of sex? Having sex with 9 women and girls all the same night. How did he do it? This introduces us to something. Go, shoot. Right here. Let's go.
He probably would too.
Hey, he does have his own supplement line, and we can't call it Zoot Juice. You can't do it because who wants to drink that? But we call it Zoot Energy, and it's got the energy to keep you going all night long. People would definitely buy that. So he actually has a company to do all his stuff. I actually looked it up. You can come up with your own energy drink and stuff like that. The problem is we don't actually want to sell it in stores and stuff like that. We just want to have some of them, right? So I haven't seen
that. There's a comedian on TikTok. He does that. He gets these cans of these really weird something you would never see in the store anywhere. He prints and custom printed on there. We could definitely do something like that. Yeah. But there won't be one in existence or something like that. But yeah, you can.
So again, can't call the energy drink soot juice, but can call it soot energy. So there's that. And then if we had like energy bars, protein bars, or something like that, call it plus than a zut. Or, no, that wouldn't work.
Oh.
You got it. Oh, hey.
30 grams of protein on there.
30 grams of protein. 30 grams of protein, busting a zut. Busting a zut bar. We're gonna be billionaires. This is gonna fund all the apologetics in the world. Mosh replied. He said, "I met Jai's story. Sounds like Arabic mother tongue and has a bit of a British touch. So I'm curious to hear his story, please and thank you." That's what we all thought. We all thought Jai was Arab, sort of Arab, something like that. Turned out not to be so. We've got stuff to cover now, Jai. But if you want to give Mosh since he's been out of the loop for a little bit, you want to give him the super short version.
We have a stream. We did a stream. Go back a couple streams back on our channel with the feature reveal, and we kind of like addressed all that. Yeah, so definitely.
All right, so get it there, Mosh.
It was kind of like face reveal.
That's when everyone was shocked. Jai is not Arab. Super light.
No, it's real. The Prophet Muhammad had intercourse with 30 black men in one night. The story is narrated by Ibn Masud, a close friend of Prophet Muhammad. He says that one night, Prophet Muhammad took him out to the desert and drew a line in the sand and told him not to cross it. Muhammad then says that if he does cross the line, he will perish or be punished. Once it becomes nighttime, Ibn Masud narrates that a bunch of black people came out with their hair and their bodies fully exposed, not wearing any clothes. Ibn Masud then says, and again, I'm not joking, that they came and started riding the Messenger of Allah all night long. Many Muslims will try and say that this hadith is not authentic, but keep in mind, it was written by a friend of Muhammad. Not to mention, it's not only in one hadith, but two. Other Muslims will try and claim that this word riding doesn't actually mean riding. However, other Islamic texts literally use the exact same Arabic word to describe riding an animal. Not to mention, the same phrase is also used as a euphemism for intercourse. This Arabic dictionary literally defines it as having intercourse.
John, verify what this guy's saying about this stuff?
Yes, I'm looking at the same exact slides that he put on the screen there, and 100% correct.
Huh. This young buck's making some good points over there, crushing it on TikTok.
Good job, man. Good job.
It is awesome that the story of the minimal look what they did to Muhammad is becoming popular among the young generation over there on TikTok. That's good.
So that's like the TikTok. This is like the TikTok style. So we start doing TikTok videos. Is that you have to, you're like, the stuff's right behind you, and you're like kind of like narrating.
I gotta be like, hey, so right here's where we got.
That's what really TikTok lets you see. But,
Got zooted.
It works. TikTok works. It worked for evil. It worked for evil for people who are spreading nonsense. It worked for good for people who are spreading stories.
He defines it as having intercourse. It only gets worse from there because we actually know why Muhammad would want to be ridden by all of these men. You see, there was a myth going around in Muhammad's time that said if you receive the semen from another man, you are actually able to have the same strength as that man.
It's his seed being injected into you and stuff like that. Which will cause you to blossom into a man as strong as the one who is injecting you. So, by that myth, and you can see from the Muslim sources, there's kind of nothing that Muhammad would just believe. That's why they called him the ear. Matter of fact, it specifically says they called him the ear because he would believe anything anyone would tell him. And so here's the story about being able to have another man's virility injected into you and
by golly, he decided he would be the strongest, most powerful man ever. Be able to do it all in one night. It's like it's funny because Alex Jones talked about here's how I got his superpowers. That would be funny, but it is like a parallel with like a comic or Marvel movie, like a Marvel movie setup where here's this thing you do, and all of a sudden you get all these extra powers, and then you have to figure out how to use your new powers and so on. So Muhammad figures out how to. Spider-Man got bit by the spider. Muhammad got injected. Spider-Man could go around being a hero. Muhammad could, bang all 9 wives.
So we're gonna this will come up, but come up later. But so in the story itself, it doesn't give you the number of men, but how David kind of figured that out was that he's said to have the strength of 30 men and other narrations, and there was prevailing, myth that existed that man into another man, then he gets his strength. So the idea is if he has strength of 30 men, well, if that's the myth that's going around, then we have this story about there are men like the men of Al-Zut who have rode Muhammad all night long. Well, then the idea is that that's how we got that strength of 30 men. So there's number 30 that you'll get.
Yeah, a hypothesis is stronger the more evidence it can explain, right? So we have Muhammad's companions bragging about him having the strength of 30 men, the sexual strength of 30 men, and so on. You're thinking they would be saying this in the context of Muhammad having sex with 9 or 11 of his wives in a single night. It's like, okay, well, why don't you? I mean, a man can have sex with one woman with no problem. So if Muhammad's having sex with 9, why would you say he's got the strength of 30 men? Why are you saying 30 men? Well, if that's how many men injected Muhammad with their strength on the night of Al-Zut, then that explains where the number came from. Also, I want you Muslims out there, I want you Muslims to recognize something. I'm actually being generous in my interpretation here, because you could read the story of Muhammad on the night of Al-Zut and just say he likes getting banged out in the desert, right? You could interpret it that way. He was doing this for his own gratification. He liked being ridden by dozens of black dudes out in the desert, right? You could interpret it that way. I'm actually saying, no, Muhammad had an important goal in mind. He wasn't doing it just because he liked it. He was doing it for a purpose. He's taken one for the team. Right? So that he can become a super powerful and super virile, super manly prophet. So I'm actually attributing something beyond he was just into that sort of thing. So you guys should be condemning me. You should be thanking me.
Yeah.
Remember that.
I remember learning about that in school, like that there were some tribes, like native tribes that would they found out that older men would do that to the boys when they were becoming men to make them into men, and so what IP found was that that was really prevalent in Muhammad's time, all around the world, that was very a common thing.
Really creepy stuff.
Yeah. So it's not. So that's the idea there, guys.
And I've got an entire video where I actually go through, not the way they went through Muhammad, but I actually go through the sources on this weird practice in the ancient world.
This is so important because the Hadith says that the people Muhammad slept with were as if they were Zut. This is a reference to the Al-Zut, who were known for their sexual prowess and strength.
Imagine a man who's known as the Ear, hearing about men injecting their manliness and virility into boys. Suppose this man wants to become the most virile, masculine, potent man on the planet. How would he go about that? He would assemble a team of men known for their sexual prowess. The men who were most famous for their sexual prowess were the men of Al-Zut. Al-Zut are also depicted as being very sexual and virile, with very large penises. The men of Al-Zut transfer their virility and manliness.
That's funny, he did that.
I had a modified version that was actually Muhammad on there, but that's them putting this up here.
Into Muhammad, the messenger of Allah went off a stone's throw away. Then he, Abdullah, mentioned a group of male members who looked like Zut people.
Oh yeah, people saying, why does David sound like Mike Winger in this video? Yeah, they did. Some people, for like, if they're worried about copyright or something like that, will change the points a little bit, speed it up like 5 or 10% or something like that.
Didn't have any clothes on. They came and started to ride the messenger of Allah. The men of Al-Zut rode Muhammad all night long. 30 men of Al-Zut gathered in the desert and injected their masculinity into the Prophet of Islam, making him the most powerful man in the world.
Well, they say Lindsey Graham's like a man.
Hey, that was on TikTok, man.
Yeah. What?
My video there, that's a TikTok where it's got TikTok before.
Can't see the channel, but like their because if it's used and whatnot, it's from his video. It's something else. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, there you go. You're all over TikTok, and you're on that Alex Jones. First time on the Alex Jones show. Look at that.
Man, 2026, he was all over TikTok. He was in this Alex Jones video. Guys, can't stop the story of Al-Zut now. Too late. You should have listened for the 3 years when I was warning you to stop lying about certain things.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Because you mentioned that you heard this story of Al-Zut like years ago, and it wasn't until recently when you're like, all right, we're gonna finally, we're gonna do this now. So,
and that was hats off to Raymond Ibrahim, because I heard it, but I would hear it from the Arabic speakers, right? And I didn't have a lot of content. I mean, I could have like sought it out and requested it and put it together and stuff, but it's just like, I don't care too much about that stuff. But nope, eventually people were crossing too much lines, and Raymond Ibrahim came out with video talking about the sources and stuff, and this is a good time to pull the trigger.
I mean, it's just another example of the Dalwa guys messing up. Just another example.
They strike like clockwork.
Yeah, like look at all the millions of people who know about Al-Zut now because of the Dalwa guys. It's tough.
They are tactical morons.
Yeah.
Powerful man in the world.
Well, they say Lindsey Graham's like a vampire. How's that? He doesn't drink blood, he drinks semen. Oh,
Does anyone know what that's about? Like, I don't know if they just don't like Lindsey Graham and they just toss random insult, or if something happened with Lindsey Graham or something like that. I don't even know. I watched the first few minutes of this, so I saw this and I was like, I don't even know what they're talking about. But
was he saying there's Muhammad or something?
That's what I mean. I was talking about Muhammad and Al-Zut, and like, hey, what about Lindsey Graham? Like a vampire, like a vampire, yeah. That's pretty blood. Don't know what that's about. Maybe so.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Credit, like if he did that, he didn't always drink it. Sometimes there's all people as well, like there's narration that if he stuck on his clothes, then he would go to pray, and his child's bride would have to take it off his shirt. So, yeah, just for the record.
Pretty gross.
You know, in the Quran, did you know that Muhammad had his superpowers because 30 black men inseminated him?
And Lindsey Graham's following that?
No, I mean, people don't know this. I say that. I think I'm going to play clips out of the Quran tomorrow.
Is that real?
Yeah.
That's what's funny. He was talking about he was going to play this stuff tomorrow, but then he's like, you want me to read stuff? So anyway, he had the clips ready, but then he starts playing them here, but he was apparently, this was yesterday, and so he was talking about he was going to be doing this again and going through these. So I don't know if he was just, oh, okay, I already covered it here, but in context, he was talking about, here's what I'm going to cover in a different stream. But anyway, so I don't know if he's going to be covering it again, or if he was like, I'm just going to do it.
Okay. I don't know anything about that.
Oh, you want to see the clips?
Kinda, yeah. I've never heard that.
Here you go. It's in there, and it's in the Hadiths, too. These have even greater. You know what? Get this ready. We gotta play it. Well, this is the most shocking thing I've heard about Muhammad. That's the name of it. It's Blake S. Taylor. That's in there. I read it myself.
Blake. I wonder if
Yes.
Blake is the guy's name.
So we think stuff's new under the sun. No, it's not.
No, it's not at all. And of course,
He did the original BBC gangbangs. Muhammad did.
Oh, God. I got it. Because I was thinking BBC, I was thinking the news show, but that stands for something. Big black. People are posting. We're not talking about the BBC. Okay. Yeah.
They're all just very...
Yeah, so in the UK, when there's a news organization. So he's not talking about the news organization.
He's not talking about that. He's talking about something else.
Year-olds, bro.
Wow.
Year-olds. I mean, that's either the original BBC gangbangs. Muhammad did. They're all just marrying 5-year-olds, bro.
Wow.
5-year-olds. I mean, that's just part of it.
Oh, now you're making me think Lindsey Graham might be onto something.
He's trying to gain the strength. What?
Who's Lindsey Graham? Is that like an artist or something like that? Or?
No. He's a politician. He's like I think I don't think he's a governor because he does. I'm guessing senator. Senator guys. I'll follow that stuff. Too much, but I think he's a senator, U.S. senator, Republican senator. But yeah, apparently Alex Jones not a big fan.
Well, he's the main funder of Al-Qaeda and ISIS. That's come out in Congress now.
Right. Well, and of course, we had a big part in the overthrow of.
Remember the Pritzkers? People talking, boys with toys, little boys in Afghanistan.
Oh yeah.
The Islamic culture is pedophilia.
Yeah.
And so.
Good point. And sometime this year, I'm going to debate Mary Harp on the topic: is Islam more gay or pedophilic? That's the debate. We both agree that Islam is both gay and pedophilic. The question is, which is it more of? And that's where we're going to have to get to the bottom of things.
You're not sure. You're hoping Sydney might end up on the live show.
He knows that scepter makes.
Well, Lindsey Graham. I mean, he's just a repulsive person, and the fact that he has remained in power for so long.
It's seriously funny to me because again, I don't know what this is about.
Yeah.
But it's funny they're talking about Muhammad and them all good, and then Lindsey Graham. Muhammad is hey, like Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, they're like carrying on two conversations at once that like are completely, as far as we're aware, completely unrelated. But they're linking them.
Really? Yeah. An indictment of the good people of South Carolina. Y'all gotta get this guy
By the
out.
way, listeners, I'm not joking when I just said that about Muhammad. It's in the Hadiths, and it mentions the events when he became superhuman. This particular tribe that was there that was black were known for their prowess, and it says Muhammad rode 30 men and got their power.
So 30 men rode him and gave their power to him.
Oh, it's real.
The guy just said that's not real. I know it's real.
Guys, how you get the video how fast?
That's funny. He wasn't planning on playing it until the next day. But this guy's like, that's not real. Like, what? You think it's not real? Hey, how quickly can you get this video ready?
I wonder if they had it ready or they looked it up. The Muhammad and all like that.
No, it's this one right here. This one right here. Well, this is the most shocking thing I've heard about Muhammad. This one right here.
So that's the name of the video.
Oh, you have another one about that. Well, go ahead and play the other one we have. That. Go ahead and roll it.
Know that the Prophet Muhammad had intercourse with 30 black men in one night. The story is narrated by Ibn Masud, a close...
This is not us replaying it. This him. I guess they took parts of the clip and then put them at the beginning of the video as like the teasers and stuff. But yeah, we've kind of already seen this. But hey, we can watch this 50 times for all I care.
Friend of Prophet Muhammad. He says that one night, Prophet Muhammad took him out to the desert and drew a line in the sand and told him not to cross it.
They call that the Diddy line.
Muhammad then says that if he does cross the line, he will perish or be punished. Once it becomes nighttime, Ibn Masud narrates that a bunch of black people came out with their hair and their bodies fully exposed. Now,
And guys, that if you cross this line, you'll be destroyed. And the meaning seems to be, if you cross this line, this Diddy line,
Get your butt buggered.
you cannot absorb all this manliness the way I can. They'll just destroy you. I'm the only one who can receive this much manliness injected straight into him. So it's like that first Captain America movie where they have the super soldier serum. Muhammad wants the super soldier serum, right? So you had, matter of fact, that'd be a funny video. I'll take a look. That's Chris. Gosh, everyone's named Chris. There's Chris Hemsworth, Chris Pine, Chris Evans. Is that Chris Evans? I think the actor is Chris Evans. So he got in awesome shape and got all shredded up and stuff like that. But they used CGI to make him this tiny little skinny, just tiny little skinny guy and stuff like that. But he wants to fight. He wants to be a soldier. They're like, you're too weak. You're too small and weak. And so he volunteers to receive this super soldier serum. And they're like, no, it's killing him. It's killing him. He's like, no, don't stop. Keep going. But that's like Muhammad, right? So that's like Muhammad. It's like, hey, the rest of you can't take this. The rest of you can't take this. But Muhammad can. And that's why he becomes Captain Arabia. How Muhammad became Captain Arabia. You just use clips from that movie.
wearing any clothes. Ibn Masud then says, and again, I'm not joking, that they came and started riding the messenger of Allah all night long. Many Muslims will try and say that this hadith is not authentic, but keep it in mind, it was written by a friend of Muhammad. Not to mention, it's not only in one hadith, but two. Other Muslims will try and claim that this word riding doesn't actually mean riding. However, other Islamic texts literally use the exact same Arabic word to describe riding an animal. Not to mention, the same phrase is also used as a euphemism for intercourse. This Arabic dictionary literally defines it as having intercourse.
Guys, this is a good video. This is a good video to share, and this was posted on X a while back, but then there's the
TikTok.
The original on TikTok.
Yeah.
It's a good video because he's preempting the most common, 3 or 4 objections that they use for this. He's preempting them, so by the time people are trying to respond, they can't even use their stupid objections.
Exactly. Well, you know what it is? Most of the time, Muslims won't even watch the video, but it prepares you guys for the answers. So when you guys see, some of the comments would be they'll be just repeating what he just refuted, and they would watch the video, just watch the video because that's Muslims are known for that. They see the title of it and they just comment without actually watching.
And they give whatever whatever response they've been told to give, right? And it's it's like when you say, it's like when someone completely clueless still says there's only one Quran, and then we say no, there's a bunch of Qurans. Instantly Muslims will start saying no, it's just different dialects. They've been told, and as someone starts talking about, well, what about ox and abortion, then they're just programmed to say nope, it's just different dialects, even though they're saying that to the wrong people, because now we've got people who just pull up the different Qurans and really? This is a contradiction. How's that a difference of dialect?
It only gets worse from there, because we actually know why Muhammad would want to be ridden by all of these men. You see, there was a myth going around in Muhammad's time that said if you receive the semen from another man, you are actually able to have the same strength as that man. This is so important because the hadith says that the people Muhammad slept with were as if they were Zut. This is a reference to the Al-Zut, who were known for their sexual prowess and strength. So Muhammad, police be upon him, or I guess Al-Zut be upon him, was trying to gain the strength of these Al-Zut. This is probably why Sahih al-Bukhari brags that the Prophet had the strength of 30 men. Actually, no, he didn't just have it. he was given it. You would probably expect someone to be extremely exhausted from all of this writing, and that's exactly what Muhammad experienced. He returned very weary and exhausted due to what he had written. Poor Muhammad, he probably needed some comforting after that, which is exactly why Muhammad then puts his head into the lap of his friend and falls asleep there. Seems like maybe Muhammad was looking for a little bit more al-Zoot. Keep in mind, Muslims, Muhammad is the perfect example of how we are to live. I can't wait to see all of you getting zooted this Ramadan. God bless.
So that's another.
Cold as ice.
Yeah, wow.
No, yeah, but I mean, because you think, oh, why is he saying they should get zooted? But he just pointed out he's the pattern. He's the pattern of conduct. So if you think this guy's a pattern of conduct, and what did he do? What did your perfect example of the perfect pattern of conduct do? Well, he had a bunch of men inject their manliness into him so he could be more manly. Yeah, Afghani's been trying that for a long time. All right, so that's the TikTok video. Alex Jones just watch it. Let's see what happens. I don't know if they just jump straight to my video or if they start talking.
All right, let's go to one more. Okay. Let's go to one more. This is from Earthly Bugs 130. And
oh, man. Come on. Come on, Alex. Come on, Alex. Make it hold.
it's all documented.
Holy Ghost.
Muhammad was famous among his followers for being able to handle 9 or even 11 women and girls in a single night. Consider a few passages. Sahih Bukhari, 5068, narrated Anas, the Prophet used to go
Time is over. Because of the, Trump has this time machine now.
He's talking. Look at the video. I don't care what he was saying while this was going on. I think that started over.
Muhammad was famous among his followers for being able to handle 9 or even 11 women and girls in a single night. Consider a few passages. Sahih Bukhari, 5068, narrated Anas, the Prophet used to go to
Because of the, Trump has
You
this.
could hear the other two cracking up laughing.
Yeah, he said, "There's Muhammad," and then the other guy started laughing.
There's your problem. There's your problem. What's this? That's that water turned gay.
Getting jiggy.
Now, the control time and space, they said they had a time machine went back 600 years ago to Muhammad when this happened. Actual photo taken by the time explorers and everything. Let's put that on the screen. There's a photo of Muhammad there. There he is. Very.
I didn't know. Oh gosh, I didn't know Alex Jones was going after Islam like this, man. I had no clue. I did not know, because this is like pretty hard. This is like pretty hardcore, right? Not just this is like pretty hardcore when you're like posting this picture and saying, "There he is. That Muhammad, we gotta win. That's our time. And we have the time machine to go back and get a picture of him. There he is, right there. Oh, Muhammad, this girl with this thing that's quarantine."
That's an actual photo right before the ritual began. Sorry. Let's go back to the video.
Oh gosh, I guess he ain't scared. Now I see why most people look at that.
Muhammad was.
I wonder if Muhammad got the response. He's a big fan of Alex Jones.
What did your daddy done? What did your daddy done? You hillbilly red dick. You hillbilly red dick.
He'll respond by talking about what the Prophet did, I guess.
Here's the thing, though. Like, hijab is kind of naturally fun, right? Hijab's kind of naturally fun. But it's like, is he going to try to get, like, a serious response where he's all arrogant? Yes. Yes. Like we Or is he going to be, like, stoned out of his mind like he was the last time?
Oh,
you hillbilly redneck, what did your daddy done?
Yeah.
What did your daddy done? And cracking up laughing.
And just saying words, like mumbling out stuff that we can't even understand. He's just like unintelligible mumbo jumbo. Yeah, it's like kind of like a 50-50.
Yeah, you can't tell. That's what I mean. It's a coin flip. Are we going to get stoned out of his mind, Muhammad Hijab, cracking up laughing? Here's what sucks. Like, I don't want this dude doing drugs and
stuff like that. It's bad for you. It's bad for you. But he is way funnier. He is way funnier when he's like drunk or stoned out of his mind. Stuff.
Famous among his followers for being able to handle 9 or even 11 women and girls in a single night. Consider a few passages. Sahih Bukhari, 5068, narrated Anas, the Prophet used to go round, have sexual relations with all his wives in one night, and he had 9 wives. Sahih Bukhari, 268, narrated Qatada, Anas bin Malik said, the Prophet used to visit all his wives in a round during the day and night, and they were 11 in number. I asked Anas, had the Prophet the strength for it? Anas replied, we used to say that the Prophet was given the strength of 30 men. That's an oddly specific number, isn't it? Why 30 specifically? You have no clue how common relationships between grown men and adolescent boys were in the ancient and medieval periods. Mature, immature male homosexual behavior was pervasive in Islamic societies. Immature male homosexual attractions were seen as just as normal as heterosexual ones. Mature, immature male homosexual behavior was highly organized in this warrior society. Semen was viewed necessary for growth to be a strong warrior. They believed that virility and manliness could be injected into a boy by a man. Muhammad was known for being gullible and believing whatever people told him. He said that Adam was 90 feet tall, 60 cubits. He said that if a fly falls into your drink, you should dunk the fly.
That's funny. I don't remember putting any of this
in the drink. One of the wings has a disease, but the other wing has the cure for the disease. He told his followers to drink camel urine as medicine. Muhammad apparently just believed whatever people told him. Muhammad had an interesting way of taking practices that were geared towards children and applying them to adults. For example, Muhammad shocked his followers by claiming that a grown man can absorb a woman's breast milk and become her son. What else can a grown man absorb? Imagine a man who's known as the ear, hearing about men injecting their manliness and virility into boys. Suppose this man wants to become the most virile, masculine, potent man on the planet.
This is funny because I'll make a video and then I don't watch it again unless we like cover it for a live stream or something like that. But I'm sitting there going, oh man, this is actually pretty airplane easier. I didn't remember like half of this stuff.
How would he go about that? He would assemble a team of men known for their sexual prowess. The men who most famous for their sexual prowess were the men of Al-Zubt. Al-Zubt are also depicted as being very sexual and virile, with very large penises. The men of Al-Zubt transferred their virility and manliness into Muhammad. The messenger of Allah went off a stone's throw away. Then he, Abdullah, mentioned a group of male members who looked like Zubt people. They didn't have any clothes on. They came and started to ride the messenger of Allah. The men of Al-Zubt rode Muhammad all night long. 30 men of Al-Zubt gathered in the desert and injected their masculinity into the Prophet of Islam, making him the most powerful man in the world.
That's the TikTok version of my video, okay? Fun time.
You say, oh, we don't believe what we're holding. Okay, well, I'm showing you 100 videos today of them marrying 6-year-olds off to men. Let's show this. This is a 9-year-old being sold into sex slavery to a 70-year-old man. Here it is.
My father has sold me because we don't have bread, rice, and flour. He has sold me to an old man. He's bought Palestina for 200,000 Afghanis, just over $2,000 US. Covered. He has sold me to an old man. He's bought Parwana for 200,000 Afghanis, just over $2,000 US.
He bought a little girl. This freaky old dude bought a little girl for about $2,000. Oh, she's basically marry her. She's basically a sex slave.
this really happens too. I've heard stories of missionaries giving reports where there was like a Afghani villager telling the missionaries, saying to them, "Hey, I'm like so poor. I need money. I don't way to survive. I gotta sell my daughter." And so what they did was they contacted the church. They contacted people that were sponsoring them, and they ended up giving him whatever the money that he was going to sell his daughter for. They gave him the money. So he took the money from the missionaries, and then he sold his daughter anyway. And this is like a modern, 5-10 years. Like this still happens.
I'm on night duty this eve.
They sell their daughters. How did that happen in Nigeria as well? I always care when they go to Nigeria, because whenever I say Nigeria, northern Nigeria. Yeah, it's happening in northern Nigeria. It's happening different countries in the world where they're selling their daughters, like you have here, 9-year-old girls.
I didn't know that the detail you just shared, but as soon as they said it was for $2,000, I was like, I would take up a collection for you to not sell your daughter if I thought that could work. And then I just thought, no, you take it, but then you'd sell her later anyway.
Yeah,
you're gonna run out of money and stuff like that.
You're taking a piss, mate.
Guys, this is Jai, you had to pick a country that was most fully implementing Sharia law in the world. What would you pick?
I mean, Afghanistan's gotta be up there. It's gotta be up there. Yeah, it's gotta be up there.
When I look at the sources and what the goal is, Afghanistan sort of stands out as the closest to it. And look, it's an epic disaster. And these are the guys who are still thinking that, if we just really implement Sharia fully, then Allah will bless us and we'll start taking over the world. And what's actually going on? Families starving and selling their little girls and stuff like that. That's the actual consequence of Sharia. They don't have the benefit like certain Gulf states of just being on this huge ocean of oil and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah.
Covered up, Pawana whimpers as her mother holds her. This is your bride. Please take care of her, says Pawana's father.
This is your bride. Please take care of her. Why is this creepy old dude want this girl? To take care of her? Because he really wants a little girl to take care of her. He's getting her. It's a screwed up situation, but guess what? Like some of these guys, they have their families, and their only way to provide food for the rest of their family is to sell the one commodity that is somewhat high value, which is the little girl that the creepy old wealthy guys want.
Yeah, there was a debate amongst Sunni Muslims and Quran Muslims, and one of the verses in the Quran talks about, if they don't desire chastity, or if they desire chastity, don't sell them into sex slavery, or don't sell them into prostitution. And then it says, but if they do that, there's forgiveness for them. And the Quran-only Muslims didn't really have a way out, but the Sunni Muslims were saying, well, there's a variant reading where it specifies that the forgiveness for them goes back to just the females, to the feminine. It uses the feminine, but it's in a variant reading that Quran-only Muslims wouldn't accept. But the idea was that if you just go by the Quran, then you can basically count out your woman, and there's forgiveness for you. And so they were actually giving real life examples of that. They were saying, there's these parts of the world where, like you said, where you have the father, the only way he can survive is, sell his own. I mean, can you imagine? It's just normal people don't think like that, but because it's something actually in Islam, in the Quran, it talks about that. It talks about selling your woman if they don't desire chastity and things like that, or if they desire chastity, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to sell them into slavery, sex slavery. But there's forgiveness if it does happen. And he was saying that, someone who's like living in like northern Nigeria, I think was the example he used. He might sell his daughter into slavery, sex slavery, or sell his daughter off, just like what's happening on the screen right here. And according to the Quran, only Muslims, like, he has forgiveness for that. He can basically pimp out his daughter, to do that. And so they were basically saying that there's a way to justify this just from the Quran, like kind of like the Muhammad hijab in 65 verse 4. They're basically saying you can justify this as well if you just go by the Quran.
And everyone who's watching, this is what we're up against. I mean, this is just a part of what we're up against, but this is Islam here. This is what Islam promotes and teaches, and we respond to this stuff, and we're the bad guys, according to politicians and journalists and professors, and we're the bad guys, because we're saying, you cannot allow this to spread, you have to stand against this stuff. We're the bad guys. You have, again, politicians and journalists protecting this from criticism.
Yeah.
Evil.
So the reference is chapter 24, verse 33. 24, verse 33. Do not compel your woman into prostitution if they desire chastity. But then it goes on to say, but indeed, after they're being compelled or whatever, Allah is forgiving and merciful. So, yeah, so they were actually using this verse, chapter 24, verse 33. Now they were trying to say like the same. Yeah. Well, yeah. But if you Quran, there's no harm or deeds limit, things like that. They were saying the same thing with this verse as well. That you can justify it like this as well. Actually, Farid was in that discussion. He was the one arguing against the following Muslims using that verse. So, we have recordings of it, by the way, as well.
Well, by the way, you have a couple disturbing steps in this.
Come on, Clay. Let's let loose a bit tonight, yeah?
Of course not.
Andrew, the fuck are you doing?
Of course not. Your slave girls support them. They seek the enjoyment and delights of this world. If they would promote their chastity by their life, if they say they don't want to be moved, they don't make them. It's okay to use it, trying to use it, you're okay with it. You're okay with it. Don't you think it's weird? Hiring them out. That's fine, but if they say, no, they don't want to be a prostitute, then don't make them be a prostitute. You enforce it. It's not too bad. You can
Also, we'll take care of her, replied the man. His large hands grab her small face.
That's basically Abu Bakr. Yep, here, finger. And that's yeah.
Oh yeah, that was another. Speaking of Farid, that was his one of his. He's like, oh, the parents are tempted, so how can it be child rape? It's probably like this.
Yep. Look, we're bad. We're the bad guys for standing against.
Lana tries to pull away. As he carries her.
Feminists love this thing.
Look at this messed up stuff. You said feminists love it. Feminists love this. Yeah. They love it.
His large hands grab her small frame. Hawana tries to pull away. As he carries her only bag of belongings,
You think feminists love this.
she again resists, digging her heels in.
When she said she tries to resist, did he just say she's a terrorist?
I think like it was close here and stuff.
It is. I mean, it is seriously messed up. I mean, the girl's trying to go back to her parents and stuff like that.
As he carries her only bag of belongings, she again resists. Digging her heels.
Wow, yeah, he did think this guy. But look at her though; she really is trying to run away. Like that's so sad.
Yeah, it's extremely screwed up.
To the dirt. But it's futile. The fate of this small, helpless child has been sealed.
Reading little girls. That's a slum for you.
Shame on us for standing against this. And let's all praise the Dawa guys for being the defenders. They're the good guys.
Yeah, in the Quran, pedophilia is legal.
Yep.
But if it's a man with a man, then it's not. But if you repent, then it's okay.
Well, there's the was it Baki Bazi or whatever they call it in Afghanistan? I mean, it's
boys dancing.
Yeah, the boys dancing. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I got a bunch more of them marrying. Oh, here's a guy marrying a 6-year-old. You want to see that? I think we've probably seen enough, right? I don't want to hear this crap from the Muslims. Okay, it's well known what happens to you in a Turkish prison.
God, and of course you see the mayor's American.
Got a point.
Happens in a Turkish prison.
Turks
I managed well enough.
Turks.
Oh, okay.
Your rough manners still surprise me.
It's well known what happens to you in a Turkish prison.
God, and of course you see the.
I heard about this when I was a teenager. I heard about. I don't know which country it was, but I heard about this from a military guy way back in the day. He was saying he was stationed somewhere, and they have a practice over there where if a man is sentenced to prison, he can send his wife to a brothel instead, where she will serve his sentence, making money for the government.
Really?
A prostitute. Yeah. I don't. I mean, again, that was a long time ago. He was talking about somewhere station and stuff like that. But he said he was talking about the guys, the military guys, would go to the brothel and stuff like this. But these were women who were serving the sentences of their husbands by being in a brothel. Really, really great stuff that needs to be celebrated and cherished.
American mayors going around putting the hijab on for cultural understanding.
Oh, it's the women, the liberals, the gays, the lesbians, with their breasts hanging out, which I always say, they're always so ugly, with Palestinian flags.
Yeah.
People say, well, then why aren't you from Iran? Out of all the groups, Iran basically doesn't do this. The Shiites don't do this.
Yeah.
So,
they don't do what?
He might have gotten some bad information from Shiites.
Yeah, because the Shia, they're I don't want to say they're worse than the Sunnis when it comes to that, but especially like the Green Book from Khomeini, it talks about marrying infants and fondling them and all sorts of sick, disgusting stuff. But it probably just hasn't been that. Maybe that will be on a TikTok video one day, and that will get to his desk. But it's all over the Muslim world. All over.
Yep, it's a problem everywhere. All right, here's the last minute. Let's see what.
And they're the really bad ones too.
Yeah, well, it's the more you learn about other religions, the more it makes me sure Christianity's the right one. That's how I feel.
The ridiculous worldwide government, cashless society, 3 world governments.
Today's the day Jesus drove the money changers out of the temple, as if you couldn't write a more perfect scene.
He never got violent with them.
But with him, and he didn't do it out of anger. Somebody, I mentioned that on that. Somebody commented,
noted,
saying he braided the whip. He sat there, he thought about it. It wasn't out of anger. He didn't see it and go and just go, get angry. No, he said, you know what? This is what needs to be done. I'm going to braid this whip and drive them out of the temple. And that's exactly what he did today on this day.
Because they took a coin that they made you pay with. It was rare. So you had to pay 20 times what the sacrifice was.
It was literally monetary manipulation, where you had to use a certain type of money to buy the sacrificial stuff, and so they would inflate the price of the temple money and basically extort the people that had come there.
All right, so the original was on Rumble somewhere, but that was the one that was shared on X. So check that one out. So check out the super chats, and then we'll see what the Muslim objections are to it. Because again, you have some Muslims who are just like insulting Alex and attacking him and so on. You have others who are trying to respond and say that the story isn't true. So take the super chats, and then we'll glance over there, and we'll see if we can figure out what the main responses are, and then Jai can see if he's ready to change his mind on all of this, thanks to the powerful work of Yahweh. Let's see. Alex Jones yelling loudly. They're putting energy juice in his soul hole, turning the frickin' prophet gay. Dr. Wood, please host an apologetic book website video series and pay invite seminar doing live class lectures specific for apologetics and polemics home run class. School courses. I don't know. We will be once the new. Yeah, I don't know about that specifically, but yeah, so again next month we want to get the live stream studio up and running, multicam, all that stuff, and the month after that want to get the new just more of a professional, because historically I just sit in front of a little bookcase and stuff like that, but want a very, very nice professional spot, and we're gonna be recording some series. So first thing we're gonna do is a big series on the Islamic dilemma. Gonna get Chris for a bunch of parts of that. Gonna get a bunch of other guys. We're gonna put it all together into one epic series on the Islamic dilemma, and then we'll have some other kind of courses after that. Got cool stuff coming in. We got Chris Claus here. Chocolate bar. Study. That might be better than mine.
Oh, there you are. I think you'll want to hear this.
Pure comedic gold, pure gold.
I've caught wind of a group of Greymane survivors.
Jesus and whatnot. He makes good Catholic content that seems inspired. God bless.
It's a bit far out, but I think it's worth a look.
I'll handle it.
I'll mark their location on your map.
Hey, we should talk to
I'm not sure who they are or how many there are, from the information I've gathered. But they'll be surprised to hear we're getting the Greymanes back to full strength.
Aye.
We'd better hurry before they start moving.
Went to a town today and suddenly heard somebody saying to a guy, "Just zut off, will you?" It seems to have been getting replaced with the zut word. That's good. That's good to know. It's good to know. And this was a while back, but the dude was in church. He said he was in church, and he said his pastor was talking, giving a sermon, and he misspoke and said zut, right? He said blah 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 zut, and then the pastor started giggling, right? It's like, oh, he actually knows. He actually knows what he just said. So anyway, fun time. So the story is Sahi Bukaki. I know that's a porn. I don't know what that means. I know that's a porn word.
What is it?
And guys, don't tell us. And no, guys, for anyone who's stupid right now, don't be. Oh, I'll look it up. Don't do that. Don't do that stuff. Just understand that is some porn word.
I've been doing that. Some of this I don't recommend. I was googling a reference that he said earlier. I wanted to make sure I had it correctly. But yeah, don't.
Lindsay has semi-credible stories of how good. Still don't know.
Take care.
Yeah, someone sent me a message. Apparently, he's got some sort of like gay past or something like that. Gay.
Definitely more past than gay, I think. Wait, okay, so that's as far as the debate in the future. What has your daddy done? What has your daddy done? That'll be weird. That'll sound weird to some people. That was Muhammad. No. The Zut rode Muhammad, not the other way around. Very important distinction. Yeah. Alex was wrong. Hey, it'd be funny if we get one of the Dawa guys. And Alex Jones actually lied about it because him said that Muhammad rode them all night long. But Alex Jones is lying. Actually, them that was right Muhammad. Yeah. This is why you can't trust InfoWars. Like that. Desert Storm, where Mo got his kryptonite. Yeah, that was his operation, Desert Storm. Tell him about the toothbrush chimera baby.
Oh yeah,
that's one of the stories. That's one of the stories.
Yeah.
Although that's
Definitely
from
on the list.
that's from later. That's from later. It only involves Muhammad's toothbrush, not Muhammad. Tell people what that is real quick.
Yeah. Basically, there was a toothbrush mitzvah, and somebody didn't use it.
Don't touch
appropriately.
that.
They kind of were walking
Mess
it
up my
and
system and
making
I'll
fun of the
never
idea.
be able to
Like,
find
We
anything.
have Muhammad's toothbrush, you see.
Why carry all those trade goods on you? Just leave them with
Show you
me.
what I think of Muhammad's toothbrush. He grabs it and sticks it up his own butt.
He suited himself.
Suited himself with Muhammad's toothbrush.
You could fatten the camp.
then
I'll be
he
here if
became
you need
pregnant.
me.
He became pregnant, and it was like a ratfish mouse or something, baby. Ratfish, ratfish frog or something.
Weird mutant baby.
Oh,
And
it's
then he
been
died.
far too long since I've had this feeling.
See, don't make fun of Muhammad's toothbrush.
I've missed it.
Or this same thing will happen to you. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Hit the big time, Dizzle.
Yeah.
It is funny because we had it on Sky News when that dude said it on Sky News. Now we got it on Alex Jones.
This is what it means to be a
Too
greening.
late. The reason jihad fails today is because Allah's warriors have not been given the strength to hold good. Allah. Yeah, they're trying all this different stuff, like we need to be more forceful and invoke Sharia and stuff like that. Not according to Muhammad. He got his strength from the Al-Zut. The rule book's invisible Al-Zut footnotes. Allowed in certain circumstances and certain people, just don't ask which ones. Muhammad's gay and Christ is gay. Not gonna lie, I like the voice change. Oh, they changed my voice. Tapping at Muhammad's back door. I can't tell if that's the Bob Dylan. Tapping at Muhammad's back door. I'm thinking of a different song, but that one will work. Momo was using cheat code. Yep. Took the shortcut. Tried to take the shortcut. Is that Dylan Mulvaney in Alex Jones' pit? Be that part of the town. Freaky. Just reach the correct age for the people to pounce on. We need one about Tahrir al-Wasila, where Iran is relevant. The horseshoe left and right say they're up against the Epstein army while supporting them. Is the crusade starting again? It's about time. No. David, you cannot allow this to spread. Whoa. Hold my Camelade. I love Camelade. We'll have Zut Energy and Camelade as the energy drink. Please pray for Pakistani Christians. They just legalized Muslim men marrying underage Christian girls. I saw that. I tried to look around for it. I couldn't find any news stories on it. Release the Mohammed files. Keep exposing this. These little girls' faces need to be seen. Their stories need to be told. We need to stop this. And we need to point out. Have you heard about Sadiya Khan, the online psychologist? She's made YouTube videos that Muslims have superior marriages. Should be easy for you to debunk. Yeah, you can do that just by going on the research. Whenever you look at the studies on the worst places in the world for women, it'll always be like 11 out of the 12 worst places are Muslim majority countries, or 18 out of the 20 worst places for women are Muslim countries. Like, hey, why that pattern? Why that pattern? And
how did that happen? That's like a
did they fix that? Did they make it so that super sticker, is that a super sticker?
I mean, it's we also I don't know what it looks like originally.
I wonder if they fixed it so the super stickers go through. I don't know. God bless you guys. Greetings from Germany.
Oh, we can test it out. You guys want to send those super stickers? We can test it out.
Every time a Muslim tries to defend Muhammad's marriage with Aisha, they should be shown the video of this little girl resisting to go with this 50-year-old guy. It's heartbreaking. Yeah, that should just be. I'm surprised I haven't made that video. Just say, hey, for you guys who defend it, say, oh, what a great idea. Check this out. If anyone wants to learn Arabic, they can just learn Swahili instead. It's the closest language and way easier to learn. And wait, did Momo have any kids? If not, was the weird fish monster his only child?
It wasn't his kid, but it was.
Yeah. You know. So supposedly Muhammad had a few sons and daughters with Khadija, and then only got anyone pregnant after that, supposedly was just married the Copts and had a son. But all his sons died in childhood. I have doubts. I have doubts about the whole story and timeline and so on, because Muhammad supposedly marries Khadija when she's 40, and then she supposedly has all these.
If you grow up hungry
afterwards. That would kind of be.
You could fatten the camp's funds through a bit of trading.
You could still get pregnant in the 40s. But to have a bunch of children after the age of 40, kind of improbable. Was the real reason Muslims neutered their black slaves to avoid temptation? Oh yeah, I guess that would to avoid. Well, yeah, it totally was, right? You didn't want these guys around your women in your mouth, and then your wife decides to do something with the strong black slave and so on. So here they're putting forward the theory that it was to
the men.
For the men are like, oh, I can't have these big strong black men because I want them to suit me. So I must have them castrated so I won't be tempted to let them suit me. Medea involved in cheating scandal, being side chick.
I've seen her on X. Yeah, I know you guys are talking about now. Yeah. So she's going around saying they're better, but she was in some sort of like relationship where as soon as she cheated on her, yeah. Okay, yeah. So that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I remember. Oh, okay, so we can.
Okay, so the super stickers do work, but they're gigantic. So I'm gonna have to look and see if there's a setting. It's taking up half the screen, man. Check and see if I can change that. Maybe you can make a super cut of Dawa guys defending child marriages and having a little girl cut in between the other clips. That's a good idea.
Yeah,
that's a good idea. It was his toothbrush, Jai, where the monster DNA comes from. Well, who knows what else this dude was sticking up his butt, right?
Yeah. And how did he have the...
I'm just saying, it could have been all kinds of DNA mixed together in there. All right.
So if it was... Oh, shit. Wait.
You could fatten the camp's funds through a bit of trading.
The idea is, what did he have in his mouth for this guy to get pregnant? I don't know.
Great mysteries. All right, Jai, let's go ahead now. We're not going to spend too long, because I'm just guessing that we're going to end up revisiting Zoot stuff probably all year long. But let's kind of see what they got.
Yeah, someone did a response to Alex Jones, or maybe Sneaker will have like.
Yeah, someone will probably make a video response. Yeah.
One of my favorite ones is when they say it's like, oh, it's Jinn, but not letting people know that Jinn are actually, they can take on human form in Islam, and they actually have like. Anyway.
Major historical development. So we have researchers have discovered the source of the Prophet Muhammad's superhuman strength. According to holy Islamic writings, the Prophet Muhammad received a powerful injection from 30 black men that gave him the strength of 30 men. Watch and share. Classic. Oh, this was a stream on X. That's interesting. So they had the clip, but then they had the they had this. All right, so 6,200 likes. Deserves a million, guys. Deserves a million.
Top comment from Muslims. Yep. Okay.
Oh yeah, see it there. See it there. It is good to know. Almost 800,000 views. Good times. Good times. It's just something yesterday. Do not mock our prophet, you. Look how Alex Jones responds. Muhammad married a 9-year-old girl. Why? Because dude called a pedo. And he points out Muhammad married a 9-year-old. Hang on. Let's see what the replies were. Okay. Let's see. Do not mock our prophet. Blah blah blah. Muhammad married a 9-year-old girl. We don't approve. We've got 200 sources. We got over 200 hadiths. And then his response. Yeah, look at that. And then we've got the Epstein files that show your master Trump. You're compromised. We've got over 200 hadiths talking about Muhammad.
Oh, you know what I saw that was really funny? Okay, this guy was doing a TikTok live, right? And he had a Muslim on his live, and they were talking about the Epstein files. And they're like, okay, guys, most of you guys can talk about the Epstein files. Let's go over some of these. And so he made it look like it was an Epstein email, but he like reworded the hadith. And he was like, so you can dump this as a stick. It was the one where Muhammad said like, why are you going after an adult woman, or why don't you go after the virgin? Why don't you marry a virgin or something like that? He's like, don't you think this is sick? The guys and the guy ended up condemning it. He's like, so you're sure that
need something packed? Bring me whatever you want packed.
One of the Epstein emails, like, and the guy condemning it, not realizing that he was condemning Muhammad himself. So, funny way to do it.
That is a funny way to do it. That's very smart. That's a very smart and funny way to do it, guys.
Yeah.
And we have Freedom Seed. Not the Freedom Seed Muhammad wanted. Ahmed,
okay.
The quote and then a graphic there. It said facts. Facts. Okay, now here we go. Here we have Eddie D. And Eddie, dude, seriously. You're part of this, Eddie. You're part of the reason.
He made the gym response. He came with the gym response. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so it's really interesting because like a lot of people are responsible for stuff, like you have like different camps that have different things that they put together. So if you're saying, oh, this happened but it was Jin, well, that's going to destroy the guys who said it's a weak hadith and like not authentic. So it's like, okay, so he's admitting it's authentic, but it's Jin. It's not.
Let's check that out. So, but yeah, Eddie's part of the problem. Eddie's one of the compulsive liars that we get sick of. We say, stop lying, stop lying, stop lying, stop lying. If you want to disagree, if you want to give an argument, you want to disagree with us and give arguments against our position, so on, do all that. When you guys just keep lying, you're crossing a serious line there. And don't come to us and say, hey, this story sounds really bad and messed up, but give us the most charitable interpretation of this, which will provide. We'll tell you what we want this to mean, even though it doesn't sound anything like what the pastor was saying. But give us the benefit of that. Be super charitable. Oh, by the way, all we're going to do in the Wills do Bible is lie. Okay, well, you can do that. We can't stop you. But don't tell us to give you the benefit of the doubt of all the screwed up sources. What does he say here? Imagine having to lie this badly to attack Islam. The narration clearly says the Prophet was teaching jinn.
Oh, so the narration, so that's authentic. You didn't say like this thing that Christians just made up or something. It exists. It's authentic.
Yeah. By the way, notice the parallel.
Okay. Yeah. So it's jinn. Okay, it's jinn.
Yeah. But I mean, think of the parallel here, right? So Muhammad would be in his house behind the curtain with Miguel Calvi. He would ask people, hey, you see the herb? We saw you with Miguel Calvi. No, it's fabricating something completely false. Clear deception. And instead, lying to believe it without shame. Stop embarrassing yourself, Eddie. Eddie, we invite you to join us for a live stream. And we will go through the passage, we'll go through the lexicon, we'll get to the law, and you can respond and show us what really happened, Eddie. Open invitation. Will it ever happen? No. No. Because you'll only say this stuff on X because you know you will get wrecked. Much like your prophet on the life.
Yeah, so the jinn, in English, like it's genie. So if you think of a genie in a bottle or something like that, that's actually what a jinn is. Muslims believe that these are real spiritual creatures. And they actually believe that jinn, or genies, can take on physical human form. And so you actually have like people who think some guy will write in and be like, I think the jinn is, cheating with my wife or something like that. Is that possible? And the scholars are like, oh, there's this opinion, but they're actually entertaining these ideas that a woman can actually sleep with the jinn. So it's kind of like Muhammad when he would get caught with,
A mere pebble remembers the ages
he
it's
would say,
seen.
oh, that was just Gabriel. Gabriel was just coming in the form of a man.
More
and
polished
that's what
gems than
they're
usual have
like
come
that,
my way
but
today.
It's not actually him. So the idea is like, maybe his wife was a jinn or something like that, and it was actually like the some guy down the road or whatever. So if this is the case where it's like jinn and they're not human, they're jinn, that doesn't mean that they didn't take on human form and could actually actually penetrate or something.
Yeah, jinns are physical beings. They eat food and stuff like that, so they're physical. And so you have you have two issues. You have two main issues when you're saying this is about jinn. So one, jinn are physical beings as well. They can just be invisible. They eat food. They can have sex. And so, okay, Muhammad got banged in his butt by a bunch of jinn. How does that help you? How is that helping you? So that's kind of one issue, and it doesn't fit the evidence as well. Why? They didn't say Muhammad had the strength of 30 jinn. That he had the strength of 30 men, which suggests that it's men. The other problem is Raymond Ibrahim has pointed out that if it's used with some sort of spirit being, the word Yarkabun, it can mean possessed if you're talking about some sort of spirit being. So instead of they rode him or had sex with him or mounted him, it would be they actually possessed him. And that even would rule out how they possessed him by banging him. Interesting.
Yeah. Because then you have to factor in like the Diddy line, you have to factor in the pain, and all this other
pain,
stuff.
and he's all tuckered out, was returned in
More
pain. and
polished
so on,
gems than usual have come my way today. Glad to
that
admit you.
response
Take care.
Not going to do the work you think it does there, Eddie.
But it's helpful. It's helpful that he's not denying the narration, because that's going to destroy other Muslims this week, right?
Yep, and it's good. Yeah. Muslim scholar explained it is not gay to help other men extend. That's the. If you want a breakdown of Islam and fight God logic, Muslim debaters literally run from them, and he's one of the nicest guys around. XMT, also great. He has years of history and taking on Islamic Muslim.
Also, the video that you showed.
So, hey, is this that same guy?
That's the guy there. Yeah.
Okay, so here he's talking about Zainab. Hey, this guy's doing some awesome work over there, man. Guys, if you're on TikTok, definitely follow that dude. Putting out some awesome content. I wouldn't have expected Alex Jones to roast Muhammad. No, I wasn't. That just came out of nowhere, man.
Yeah.
Some apologetics,
delusional ideas, chronic denial of justice.
Here we have Islam knowledge. I used to watch your show. I thought you were smart, real.
Go.
But you proved to be a hateful, low IQ and lack of knowledge and integrity. Facts for you. Hey, this is funny. Craig, I've seen this a bunch recently as well. They're taking these. I don't know. I haven't checked the dates here, but they keep posting these Craig Considine tweets from like 2016, where he just kept posting all this idiotic nonsense defending Islam. He later, this was like 2 years ago, he later admitted that he was basically working for Al
Right.
Qaeda. Wow. Okay. And so,
But
they're
hey,
still posting.
Mexico in the way of dollar, right?
Yeah, they're posting all this stuff. And keep in mind, I don't mean like officially working for Al Qaeda. He realized that where he's getting his support coming from is actually like Al Qaeda, something like that. But yeah, we went through this like 2 years ago or something like that. We went through it, freaking out. And anyway, look, Frank Thompson again. Don't know the date, but they keep sharing like 2017, something like that. I remember that article.
Let's do this.
History. Harvard University Law School recognized that Muhammad is one of the leading books for Alex Jones has found some posting. Never ask a woman her age, a man his salary, a Muslim of the minimum. Good stuff. What the Islamic sources say about Muhammad, he spent a night in the desert with 30 black men all looked at his genitals, they cooked him until exhaustion, then he slept with his hand resting on him with his thigh. Can't get any more gay than that. Actually, that's true. Looks like there's more, so Swiss Apologetics went down a list. Give Act 17 and Raymond Ibrahim credit. Yep, Raymond put it out there and did a bunch of popularizing, and he also helped a lot. Come on, we want some of the Muslim responses. Muhammad's wife was 6 years. It is good that a bunch of the responses are from critics. Yep. Muhammad's wife was 6 years old when he married her, so he allowed her to keep on playing with dogs. Oh gosh,
Oh, there's Eddie.
Huh?
There's Eddie again.
Oh, and it's very sad that you've turned into a complete liar. You couldn't even spell liar.
You're alive!
Yep.
Well, they throw gays off roofs and hate gays, but they're gay. Which is it? Can't wait to hear Sneako's response. Yes, Sneako. Sneako, really. Anyone who's Sneako blocked me, send a message to guys, tell him, Sneako, respond to this man. Come on! You're like one of these
when they went to that Shake Tuck funny right there, remember?
Little shit!
Was Muhammad trained, or was it consensual?
Cut your pocket!
Islam and Muslims must address it immediately.
Oh, he's serious.
Alex Jones used the picture because he used the beam. That became a beam. Something over. Yeah, no, he's not advertising. Making fun of him. And it's not me. He told everyone to screenshot a while back, so that's good. Bro, you gotta be trolling with this one. It's not even close to the truth. Hey, Alex Jones, done it to doubt the prophets of all kinds of power. They don't need to gather power from outside. Yeah, really. We actually need to check this out. We have someone trying to join us here. Look who we have. Couldn't stay away.
Not if you're talking about my bestie, Alex Jones.
You
You like Alex Jones, man? I used to watch his stuff all the time. InfoWars. I saw his documentary Loose Change. So I knew about all the kind of conspiracies and stuff like that. He was actually very popular with Muslims. I was really shocked that Mohammed Hijab made an attack against him. I'm like, he's kind of one of the primary people who said that 9/11 was an inside job, which allowed for Muslims to, because that was a great pain and trauma for Muslim people, was that they were kind of linked to this terrible terrorist attack on, the Twin Towers. So he, Alex Jones kind of was a champion for Muslims, saying Muslims didn't do it. So, I was kind of shocked by that.
Wait, you think the Jews did it?
Oh, what about 9/11?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I think there's a lot of evidence that we can see that the planes could do it. There is evidence for that case. Sorry. But I think that you have to understand it. Muslims were in America. It was very serious because then Muslims were right terrorism.
So you heard it here, folks. You heard it here. Isa showed up and explained it. Muslims were the real victims of 9/11. Heard it here. Then he laughs about it.
I just like how you frame that. It's pretty. You're a good comedian.
How I do it, man. All right, let's check out.
Oh, speaking of comedians, how was the Boston?
I saw both nights because I wanted to see if his shtick was changed. It was the same thing both times. He actually memorized the script. I think he is funny, but the second time I saw him, I know these jokes. I know every single joke, and it was an interesting experience to kind of see what that was. But I mean, a lot of Muslim comedians use the same kind of stuff. But they're like, I'm Muslim. Here's Muslim humor about being a Muslim in America, And, for some people you might like that. Some people this is really tired and, boring. And, he did the shtick about condemn Jews, that kind of stuff. But, he did one funny joke that I thought was really kind of funny, was that he talked about he does shows in casinos. So he does shows in casinos. And he said, it's that interesting. He said, well, you have this great family that's going in to go see Basamusa. And the one guy, he has a long beard. He puts his head down. He's going to try to get to the casino to get to Basamusa's show. Then the second one is his wife, and she has a tasbih, and she's praying. Oh, please, Allah, forgive me for going through this place, right? And the third one.
Don't judge a stone by its surface. More polished gems than usual have come my way today.
Because there's women.
That's good.
That's funny.
The Muslim, we would say this. The Muslims are like, your Jannah is just like Vegas, right? That's what your Jannah is.
And he said it's Disneyland for Shaitan. That's what he said. And I just thought it was that was funny. I enjoyed that part. But yeah, it was wild. It was a wild show. But there was some good jokes, and I agree with you, David. I think it was pretty funny. Some of the stuff might be off color, but and I think that's the point. You can find something funny even if you don't agree with the person. I think.
All right. I did scroll down through the responses, and we do get a couple of the main ones here. So we'll check out a couple of main responses. And Isa, nice try derailing us to talk about Vegas the entire time. Let's see. Here we have Yassine Aslan. Yes. So, hey, Alex Jones. God has endowed his prophets with all kinds of power. They don't need to gather power from outside sources like these minimal loot. There are many verses in the Quran emphasizing that God has endowed his prophets with power from his own presence and that they don't need to gather power from outside. Such low-level manipulations will get you nowhere. Here are some verses. The Constitution of Islam is the Quran. So, there you have it, guys. Don't need to worry about all this al-Zut stuff because, no, the Quran says they don't need outside sources of energy. Let's see.
We can play this dirty game, so when your god rode mounted cherubim... Oh my goodness, guys. No, you can actually use the word... You can use the word to ride the clouds and ride this. And that is one of the completely normal meanings if you're talking about... that this is the word you use for riding a horse or something like that. When it's this man rode him out in the desert, the word does, and there you're talking about the word Yarkaboon. Guess what? They're not using the word Yarkaboon here, which is used in the Muslim sources for sex, if it's between, like, a husband and a wife and so on. So, yeah. Riding on the wind, you see, it's banging the wind.
I would ask him on like that poster. I'm like, why are you attacking your own book? It's like slapping yourself in your face. You're slapping your own self. That's your holy book, bro. That's the creed of Iman. So it's the it's the creed of Iman. You have to believe in the book. So why are you attacking your own book, man?
Let's see. I swear at this point, you guys believe anything people say. That was the criticism against Muhammad. It's pretty clear that Muhammad was gay and perverted and very homophobic. Let's see. Okay. All right. So here we have. I guess this is about Alex being mean or something like that. Let's see. Here. Okay. The Quran informs us that some of the enemies of the Prophet, described as human and jinn devils, will fabricate lies and attribute them to the Prophet. This is precisely what happened after the Prophet Muhammad's death. Hadith, oral, and Sunnah actions were invented and attributed to the Prophet. Hadith and Sunnah are satanic innovations. So here you have some sort of Quran-only Muslim. He's just saying you can't trust the Hadith; they're all lies. And so it sounds like he's saying, yeah, the story is really messed up, but it's also made up. It's a fabrication.
Yeah.
So
he's not saying like mistranslation or jinn or whatever. He's just saying, no, you had it right, but it's just made to attack Muhammad.
Yes, it's real. It also says he was sore and couldn't walk for a while after. The men were called the Al-Zuk. Here we have another common response.
Don't judge a stone by it. Glad to admit you. Take care.
Stop lying. This hadith contains a chain of narrator that includes Imam al-Bukhari, who is weak. Imam al-Bukhari himself said that al-Bukhari or Umar never heard this from Ibn Mas'ud. He only claimed to have heard it, but in reality, he did not. Thanks, Alex Jones. And this one here, then we get into...
Oh wait, one second on the because there is something I have on that here, but there's another, like, this is the thing, like, people like read the who's weak and who's strong. One guy will say he's strong, and the other guy will say he's weak. So there's another guy, there's another scholar, originally said that Al-Bukhari, actually he was among the trustworthy people. Because, from the successors of the So you have another scholar saying, no, actually, he's actually on the So you kind of like pick and choose which scholar you want.
Check out this one, because this one's going to try and break things down for us. Admit your defeat. Let's see. Why don't you mention that in this hadith it is said that they look like the people of Al-Zuk, have no general, I just said he couldn't see the general, and are declared as jinn, and the Prophet begins to recite from the Quran while they crowd around him. So here you have that it's about crowding. Pride is not meant literally, but rather crowding around him densely, like, fool, little deceiver. Strongest and most authentic version. Sahih Muslim 450a, Paramount narrations, English translation, blah, 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 blah. Alqama reported, I asked Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, were you with the messenger on the night of the jinn? He replied, no, but we were in the company of the messenger of Allah one night, and we suddenly missed him. We searched for him in the valleys and on the mountains, and we said to ourselves, either the jinn have taken him away, or he has been secretly killed. We spent the worst night that people have ever experienced. When the morning came, we saw him coming from the side of Mount Hira. The Prophet then said, a caller from the jinn came to me, so I went with him. I recited the Quran to them.
later, he showed us their traces. Oh, we had some traces. And the ashes of their fires. The Jinn asked him about their provision, and he said, every bone on which the name of Allah is mentioned becomes your food. When
So
it
this is
falls
where you've
into
been
your
lazy.
hands, if it is covered with meat,
I
and
keep
camel
plenty
dung is
busy.
fodder for
It's
your
quite
animals.
peaceful
Do
here.
not use these things
Sick
for
of it. I'd sooner put up with Jan's
They are
drunken
the food
rambling.
for
Kill me,
Jinn.
bearer of
Rating
booze.
Sahih, authentic, highest level. Important point. Ibn Masud explicitly states here that he was not present. This is the strongest contradiction to Muslim Ahmed, 3788, which is about
Yeah.
Oh, Cliff! You took your bloody time. See, he's here. Come on. Oh, where the hell are you been?
Jan, food's ready. Oh!
Oh, perfect. Oh, fuck me. There it goes.
It's been too long. Cliff, welcome to our little slice of tranquility.
You haven't changed a bit. Glad to see you again.
Seems even tranquility can be taken to the extreme.
Hold on, that's a bit unfair.
Oh. What he means to say is... we all just needed a break.
Hey, look, we get it. Life's a con. I mean, sometimes, eh?
We just wanted an escape from the nightmares of that day.
Is this truly the life you seek? Don't you miss your comrades?
Well, of course we do.
Well, come on. They're all waiting. Grab the ale. Let's go.
Is this a reunion, then?
Yeah, looks like it. Ah, we're getting tired of working the field anyway.
And what we standing around for?
Or you can just say, wait, well, there's different
Two different swords, yeah. Two different swords, yeah. The Muhammad have a lot of knights. And so if Ibn Masud is there, and then on the night of the Jinn, Ibn Masud said, I wasn't there, you think, ha ha, so that story is fake. Or it's talking about two different things.
Right. Because Muhammad knew, okay, you stand behind this line, you sit down, he's been there before, right? He knew. He's like instructing. Yeah.
Right. So there are similar short versions in Sahih al-Bukhari and other collections that confirm the Prophet was alone with a group of jinn and recited the Quran to them. Other authentic or Hasan versions, Surah al-Jinn in the Quran itself, the jinn listen to the Quran, are impressed, believe, and return as warners to their people. There is no detailed description of a knight with riding or a line drawn in the
this
sand.
isn't the first
Okay,
time.
so what? It would be a different story then?
You
Not
pull this
significant
every
here.
time and never follow through.
Shut up, you nag.
What?
Wait, that's not what I meant.
Forget it. I'm done. You never listen anyway.
What's going on?
Oh, good. You talk to her. I've got nothing left to say.
Don't be like that.
Naira.
He's overreacting. I saw a stray pup in town and thought I'd bring it back. Then he got all high and mighty saying I shouldn't take in a life I can't care for.
What happened to the other one you brought back?
It's hardly my fault it decided to run off. Andrew might be happy turning a blind eye. It's on him if that poor thing ends up stoned or starved.
Going somewhere?
An errand for Carl.
Andrew has a point.
I know. We never stay in one place. We risk dying every other week. I know I can't always look after them. I'm blaming you if Carl gives me an earful. You coming or what? I'm blaming you if Carl gives me an earful. You coming or what? I'm blaming you if Carl gives me an earful.
Cigarette?
You coming or what? I'm blaming you if Carl gives me an earful. You coming or what? I'm blaming you if Carl gives me an earful. And I know the last one ran off because it got hungry waiting for us.
Right.
But what? I'm supposed to just walk past it? It was soaked, shivering in the rain. Little shits were throwing rocks at it. Any decent soul would have stepped in to stop them. How can you ignore its desperate cries? Heartless. That's what you lot are.
Run! Yeah. You sound just like when we were kids.
And what exactly do you mean by that?
Always so quick to lash out. Anyone who tried to help got bit.
Me? I was shy, that's all. You know I'm not great with strangers.
You kicked over Andrew's meals, broke Marius's arm. You fought Jan every day.
Jan deserved it. You only ever said things that pissed me off.
Unka said it was nerve.
Nerves? Me?
That's only natural to be on your guard in strange surroundings. It's survival instinct.
So Unka thought I looked like some scared little pup?
More like an abandoned wolf cub.
Well, it feels like shit to be the abandoned cub.
Is that why you can't pass an animal without wanting to take it in?
Right, we're here.
Go!
Now, what was it Carl was after again? Ah, you go fetch some meat. I'll pick up the woolen hides. We'll meet back at the town gate.
if you're looking for... Hello, traveller. Enjoying the day? Interested in anything else?
Ah, the weeds have taken over again. I'll need extra hands if I'm to clear them today.
May I help you, friend?
Blah, 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 blah. The Jiffy mentions the encounter, but emphasized that the prophet did not see the
Can I
Jinn
help
while
you?
they were listening. They crowded densely around him. They stood over one another like wool in order to hear better. Quick additional context. The description you mentioned, like the Zut, a historical group known as tall, slim, dark-skinned people, no visible private parts, crowding around the prophet while he recites the Quran, indeed appears specifically in the longer, more detailed narration of Musnad Ahmed 3788 and the similar report in Jamiat Tirmidhi.
By the way, I just realized that this is the ChatGPT response because of like the M dashes and stuff like that. And so, yeah.
ChatGPT, will you give me a response to all this stuff so I can act like I'm smart?
Exactly.
Classical scholars often explain Yarkabun, they rode mounted not as literal riding, but as crowding. It's just weird. That's not what the lexicon
Yeah,
is saying.
show us that.
But as crowding eagerly and pressing closely around him to listen, similar to the Quranic expression in Surah Al-Jinn 19, they almost became a compacted mass upon him. Well, the Jinn can do that, and the men of Al-Zut can also do it. The stronger Sahih Muslim version remains the most reliable foundation for the event, while the detailed Zut description is considered weaker or disputed by many scholars due to contradictions and chain issues. Father, forgive, and no, he's mocking. Father, forgive Alex, for he do not know what he is doing. Interesting. Yeah, all kinds. So anyway, guys, you can check out more responses if you want. Multiple problems there. Multiple problems with. And I don't mean just the standard objections and so on, but so one saying these are talking about the same stories, and these stories over here are the reliable ones because they don't include all this super embarrassing stuff. Historians, and I'm not talking about how a historian might examine this story. I mean, that's not how historians usually think the reverse. They'll take the less embarrassing story and think that was the one that was made up, right? In other words, you took the embarrassing stuff out of it. That's it. In other words, if a historian, now there could be other reasons for trusting some versions over others, or just saying they're different stories. I'm just saying on this one, if you just had two Muslim sources, and one sounded like Muhammad got banged out in the desert, and his buddy was there seeing the whole thing, and Muhammad passes out and falls asleep on his lap. And this other one, no, it's just Muhammad preaching to the jinn. They just saw those, they would go, oh, this one's probably original, and they watered it down because it was so embarrassing and it sounded like Muhammad was doing some messed up stuff in the desert. So they took that stuff out. So you can't just say, oh, this one is better in it because it doesn't include all this stuff.
I think Rob Christian has also documented a lot of this kind of like these responses that he's giving like certain answers to them, so like in short form. And I think he's got multiple sources saying that these are two different nights. They're two different nights, and it's like it's because the reasons that he just gave, but like there's also like others as well. And yeah, in terms of like the linguistic side of things, I could once I saw those ChatGPT, I saw it like coping. ChatGPT is coping, trying to understand the Muslim perspective and the predicament that they're in.
What do you want?
And it's giving like false information, or what they say is hallucinating, these hallucinations, like false information that it's coming up with. And so on the linguistic point about what the word means, whether it's crowding or not, give us the scholars, because it said the scholars say that. Well, what scholars comment on it? What scholars say that that's what it means?
And what proof can they say?
Yeah,
I was
Say
just
scholar,
thinking
you can
out
find
loud.
a Muslim scholar who will say
My
anything.
head's been full of
Right.
worries of
And
late.
so you got to show us. No,
The Nars River
before
fishing
we
grounds
started
are
bringing
seeing
this
less
up.
visitors these days. Once they were the pride of the region. So, I thought, what if we raised a statue of the Goddess of Plenty? It'll be a nice addition to the scenery and stand as a symbol of fortune and prosperity. 2 birds with 1 stone, as they say. If you would lend me your strength, I'd see you properly rewarded.
Move along.
criticism. What did your classical scholars say about this stuff? All right, so Jai, we'll take these couple super chats real quick, and then you can share your thoughts on whether their responses have destroyed the credibility of this story. D. Wood, the hillbilly redneck, should invite you to go on his show. I'm usually not. I mean, I'll go on shows when people invite me and stuff like that, but I don't. I'm more interested in just doing shows with my friends and stuff like that. Dr. Wood, I'm going back to Zanzibar next week, and we have a lot of Kenyan imams there and Dawa guys. Should I run the Islamic dilemma on them? Absolutely. That's a good argument, because you know, if you're in certain places and lots of Dawa guys, you don't want to be running out in certain places and going, "Hey, you're prophet a pedophile" or something like that. So the Islamic dilemma is it's
Good to see you.
Given how powerful it is, it's less confrontational.
Full belly of meat is an adventurous
you can run it by
dream.
just asking questions the entire time. So what do you think about the Bible? Oh, I think it was corrupted. Okay, why did Allah say this? Why did Allah say that? Why did Allah say this? Yeah, that's a good approach. InfoWars needs to take over this week in Jihad. For real, though, Dyer must have helped him with this.
You won't regret it.
Yeah, I don't know what made it.
I've seen men fight over me, Huff. I'm always open. Come by any time.
Do Muslims hide women in order to not lose them to Mo? Yeah, don't know. Teaching jinn about what? Zut rituals? Yeah. He was making a man out of those jinn. Christians are to marry as an adult, and adult ages 20 to 60, youth 0 to 20, elderly 60 and up. Ezekiel 16, 6-8 proves that women are ready for love after puberty. Jesus got into the desert too fast and resist the devil for 30 days. Muhammad goes into the desert and can't resist 30 elves. Very rude.
It's actually 40 days.
Yeah, sad those
I got the super chat. Yeah, the super chat.
Sad those marriages in the UK might become legal. Some Piers Morgan-sounding police officer telling a 9-year-old, "Back to your husband, little girl." Yep, there's a problem.
This is for you.
Eddie's excuses remind me of the Shaggy song, "It wasn't me." It wasn't me. I cracked the code. It is a black gin.
Take a look at this marbling. I'll set aside the best cuts for your next visit.
So not Muhammad. You were being sodomized by 30 jinn. Sounds reasonable if you never think about it. Yeah. The TikTok guy is on YouTube too. Exact name is Jesus and Whatnot. No, that's cool. He has a YouTube channel. Did you see Malik threatening one-way apologetics? Well, I haven't seen the stuff, but I've heard he's threatening a bunch of people. And the threats worked so well for him last time. It caused all kinds of wonderful Quran desecrations and all sorts of amazing just fracturing of the Dawah seeds. So, yeah.
It's another example of
always good to see
guys just ruining like Islam. Like this is how he's trying to fix Islam by what is he doing? He's threatening. He's sending Chris. Okay, so yeah, this is supposed to be going to save Islam, but watch, it's going to end up backfiring on him. So
always will. So imagine having to excuse this stuff. Glad I follow Jesus. Leave your cult, Isa. You're too smart for this.
Yeah, get away from the illusion of Zoot.
Oh, very cute.
Thank you, Dr. Wood, Brother Jai, and the chat. Zoot broke Bo, and now they break ChatGPT. And Issa's here. Finally, a live stream worth watching. Cool stuff. All right, Jai. You've heard the powerful Dawah reputations. Hey, who am I hearing the audio?
There's an echo. I got headphones on. So I guess the last thing that we just saw, where the person was trying to basically say like this is another. It's contradicting another time Muhammad was with some jinn.
Cast your eye over
that time mentions that they were jinn, this is like like they act like this only happened like it was a one-off or something
Each
like
bears
that.
a bit of
when,
my soul.
If you read the one
master of the anvil
it seems
stands
like
before
Muhammad
you.
knows exactly what to do. Hey, here's this. Here, you stay right here. Sit down right. Like he knows. Like it's like this is something. Like it's not just like going there for the first time. He knows that there's the rules. There's rules if you don't want to be, destroyed from the Zut. There's people who look like a Zut. So yeah, we have like a Termidi who said that it's Hassan al-Gharib, which is like a very good rating. He says that this is like above, like it's a superior rating to just Hassan. It's Hassan Gharib, like on its own level. So it's a really authentic grading, really trustworthy thing. And like I said, you can find scholars saying it's weak, and you can find a lot of scholars saying it's strong. And so for anyone that wants to point out that it's weak, we can show that I'm saying that it's strong. It just goes
This
to show
forge
like the
is.
contradiction.
I can mend what others deem ruined.
Like the bad
Just
nature
bring
of
it
this science that they have, where you can find one guy saying it's weak, one guy saying it's strong, yeah. But there's a lot of them that say as well, like like the chain is authentic. Ahmed Shakir, for example, is authentic. He didn't say, oh, this is another knife, or this is a bunch of the other ones, or this is Jinn or something like that. Then we already went over like what does the word like the riding mean? Like you have it in the Quran, chapter 16, verse
Hello
8,
there.
for example. Like
What
where
will you
it's
be
about
drinking?
animals, like horses and mules, donkeys, etc. It talks about riding them in chapter 16, verse 8, chapter 40, verse 79 as well. Again, it talks about animals as well, cattle, etc. So animals that you can ride. Use the same word in
Any
Arabic.
time's right for a fresh
And,
pint.
Different form, but same word.
Sit.
And
Make
like,
yourself at
in
home.
terms of like, is it like masculine, plural, whatever. So so you can use it for like ships as well, like using it for like like ships. So ships and animals, it means to ride. But when it comes to humans, it means intercourse. And there's a reference where even Ali said that she would a woman is mounted by a man. She's ridden by a man however he wishes, using the same word in Arabic. She's ridden by a man however he wishes.
Sit. Make
And it's kind of like
safe
like
travels.
the language, like where it says like she's your it's like a plow. You can kind of like as you wish. Have your way with her as you wish. He's using that same language, saying that you can ride her as you wish. So clearly, it's so yeah. So that's the authenticity part and the language part. It just seems like it's I'm not convinced from the Muslim responses.
So this is yet another. It's another situation where you could look at everything and go, okay, well, and we have a natural inclination to give the benefit of the doubt and to not, okay, here's what it sounds like. This is really bad. There's another interpretation that's way nicer. Maybe we give the benefit of the doubt and go with the nicer interpretation. You can just like, why wouldn't it sounds bad? Muhammad goes out into the desert with Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. He tells Ibn Mas'ud, hey, stay behind that line, man. You cross that line, you're going to be destroyed. Then Muhammad goes a
That's
stone's
the little stray I
throw
wanted
away,
to bring
and
in.
then all
She's been
these
wagging her
black
tail ever
men.
since I fed her some
And
meat.
keep in mind, this is Abdullah ibn Mas'ud like giving his perspective
Looking at me
off
with
from a
bright,
distance,
hopeful
and
eyes.
it's
Her
they
owner
look
probably
like
got
men of
off by
al-Zut.
bandits.
They're jinn. Okay, well, Abdullah
Just
ibn
keep
Mas'ud says they
waiting
look
here.
like men of al-Zut,
Clueless.
who were renowned for their sexual potency and so on.
If you care that much,
then
you should take her.
they rode Muhammad
Can't
all
weather another
night
Andrew's
long.
lectures.
Yes,
I already
it's
know
between
getting
human
attached will
beings.
just hurt more.
You could say they're riding them like a horse or something
why
like
don't
that,
you
but
take
as
her?
it's used between human beings, it refers to sex.
You could be trained.
And then
Sniff out
Muhammad
enemies.
comes. Oh, and then part we sometimes leave out was they sort of headed towards Abdullah ibn Mas'ud at some point. They started coming towards him, and it says, and so I sat down really quickly. It's like, why are you sitting down? If you think people are coming to attack you, wouldn't you want to be in there's no scenario where people are coming to attack me, and I'm like, oh, let me sit down on the ground. It sounded like he's trying to cover his rear end, right? Like I'm sitting down on my rear end so that you guys don't have access to it.
And then, of course, Muhammad, after being ridden all night long, comes out, comes back, and he's all in pain, having trouble walking because of the pain, and goes to sleep on Abdullah ibn Mas'ud's lap. Everyone knows that sounds messed up.
Yeah, head on the lap, yeah.
Head on the lap, which is exactly what he would do after those meetings with Diha al-Kalbi, who we would say was the angel Gabriel. He would get all tuckered out and fall asleep with his head on a guy's lap. And so these are the sorts of things that, you notice some patterns here. You got a pattern there with the falling asleep on a guy's lap after whatever you were doing. You got the pattern with, no, that wasn't Diha al-Kalbi, that was the angel Gabriel. No, those aren't a bunch of animals, those are jinn. You have those kinds of patterns there. Anyway, the point is, it's pretty simple. This sounds really, really bad. It sounds messed up. That's why you guys flip out when we tell the story. You know it sounds bad. You know it. And so, what do you want us to do about it? What you would normally say is, "Hey guys, we don't try to twist things, in the Bible and stuff like that. So, we always give you the benefit of the doubt. So, hey, be nice in your interpretations." Would be nice if you were able to say that. Instead, you Dawagat, you are the biggest bunch of liars the world has ever seen. All you do is lie, and then demand that we give the benefit of the doubt when things sound really, really messed up. It sounds like a really messed up story. All right. Well, sorry, we're done being nice and giving the benefit of the doubt. If we're talking to some nice Muslims who aren't lying scumbags and so on, happy to give the benefit of the doubt in those situations. If I was talking to a nice Muslim and he's like, "What's up with this story of the minimal?" Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. It sounds messed up. It sounds really messed up to me. But, okay, maybe it's jinn and Muhammad's just preaching, and why he ends up in pain and pass out, that's just a mystery. We don't know and stuff like that. But I wouldn't demand that this is the way to interpret the passage and stuff like that. But we're responding to Dawa guys and gave them plenty of fair warning. They refused to stop lying, and so reap what you sow, guys. You reap what you sow. These are called consequences. Yep. Consequences. All right, guys, we're about done here. We can take these last couple super chats and head out. Let's see. Hey, Issa, thoughts on Zut verse? Christian here. Personally, don't think it means for sure what David says it means. David, feel free to correct me. Yeah, you're wrong. It means exactly what I said it means.
David, feel free to correct me. Just go rewind the stream a little bit, and you'll get what we think about it.
Hey, this is funny. They're actually asking, like, "Hey, Issa, do you have an interpretation here? So, do you think it's made up? Or do you think it's jinn? Or what are your thoughts on this whole thing?"
So, this is complex because the hadith are complex. I'm actually taking a class of hadith right now. Because it's a part of my master's program in Islamic studies. So you have to study Arabic, you have to study hadith and Quran and stuff like that. And the hadith are just really, really complex at best. There's a lot of forgeries, there's a lot of fabrications. Also, there's an injunction from the Prophet of Islam that says not to write down the hadith. You know what I mean? There's actually a tradition that states that. I'm sure, experts here know that, which is so wild because it's such a focal point within Islamic tradition, but it's actually, there's an injunction against it. And it probably makes sense because you have hadith like this that arise. You get what I mean? Like, this actually makes sense that there would be an injunction against these things. Also, it's, I'm reading this text, and it's like saying you're not even supposed to revere the Prophet of Islam to this extreme degree. And some people do. Some people see, it's weird, in some spiritual spaces, they see the Prophet of Islam basically like the big JC. Like, he's the beginning of time. It's like there's narratives like that. It's like basically the same story, but it's the Prophet of Islam instead of the big JC. So I think that is wild. You know what I mean? Like the Alpha Omega, like in the beginning, like the word is the Prophet of Islam instead of big JC, which I think is strange. It's a very interesting thing that there's a replacement there. But yeah, I think the Hadith tradition is really complex, and any scholar knows this. And it's weird because the Muslim community has become hyper fixated on it, particularly Ahlus Sunnah Jama'ah. There's this hyper fixation on these narratives, and I think
there must be others that are looking for us.
You know, mockumentary Islamist me. You kind of showcase that. You showcase where these traditions go, and it would have been interesting if you kind of brought that up to Junior.
I've got some good news for you.
And say, this was already enacted. What happened when you drink?
It
poison,
seems word has spread to our
it
comrades that we're looking for them.
And I think that's...
More and more folk are saying they've spotted Greymanes.
I see.
We've got to track them down before we lose their trail.
Aye.
While you do that, I'll gather more useful information on them.
I'll handle it.
Let's expand our search area right away.
Very well.
Don't touch that. Mess up my system and... I'll never be able to find anything. Why carry all those trade goods on you? Just leave them with me. I'll keep it safe, you have my word. Don't worry, I always make sure nothing goes missing.
Those fucking black bears. The more I think about it, the angrier I get.
The prickly ones need patience. The hot-blooded ones need to be soothed. If you meet them,
put them to the test. They're keen for the work.
Any particular person in mind? What sort of warrior are you looking for? If you need a particular someone, I'll arrange it for you.
Timber, you fucker!
What was that for?
What? Cliff! You survived!
Oh, it stinks. Bryce, meal's ready. Who's that you two are groping?
Ronnie.
I can't be! Cliff! Where have you been all this time? But why don't we talk over there? This stench is making my nose numb.
I knew it! I knew you were alive.
You look like you miss my cooking. Have you been eating properly? I can tell you haven't.
Thank the ancestors he's quit fussing over me. He's all yours now.
Oh, shut it. Bloody drunkard. Always going on.
I wasn't drinking for no reason. I needed the ale to drown out those memories.
What matters is that we're all alive.
You know what else matters? Eating proper meals. 3 times a day, isn't that right? And of course, finding the rest of our comrades. What'd you say?
Some of us have already reunited.
You serious? Where is everyone?
Let's move our asses then.
Needs... A mere pebble remembers the ages it's seen. I know good stone when I see it. More polished gems than usual have come my way. I bet it won't be long before I see you again. Need something in a hurry? Look no further. Enjoying the day? You'll find it useful. Why don't you pick out some more? Enjoying the day? Hello, traveller. Interested in anything else?
These traditions are just... They say all kinds of things. There's some traditions that are just overtly racist. You know, they say, well, it's fabrication. The weird thing that people do that I find certain things, what they do is they're not interested in the content of it. They're interested in the lineage of it. I'm more interested in what the thing is actually saying. I don't really care about side. Like, well, it was narrated properly. I'm like, the most repugnant, also statement. But the chain is really good. Thus, that's true. Really? Is that what you want to go with? This really repugnant statement? But the chain is really good. So it's true. I kind of find that grotesque. That's a very grotesque thing. And what I think is going on here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on the channel when you bring this up, it's like, you keep critiquing the Bible, which I always keep bringing this up. This is so stupid. The Muslim attacking the Torah and the gospel, it's like shooting yourself in the foot. It's the dumbest thing. I keep seeing it over and over again. I'm like,
thank
you're
you.
attacking
I
yourself.
thought
man.
I
You're
was
slapping
done
yourself. You're
for.
attacking yourself. You're attacking your own tradition.
My wagon
in order,
and honey
yes, to
are
insult
all
Christians
ruined.
and Jews.
Please,
I'm like, that's your goal.
could you help me get to the farm?
It's really stupid. But the thing is that
My wrists are still sore from being bound for so long.
it's a deeply repugnant situation. But when you bring up this particular narrative, you're like, look at this thing. You're insulting us. And you're insulting our traditions. Look at this. What do you think about this? And they're like, well, I'm going to give it. It's like you see certain Muslim apologists doing. I'm going to give the most charitable, most sweetest, most kindest position, but I'm going to give your position the worst. And I'm like, really? Like, you're really a bad babe. That's a really bad babe position. So
Never knowing when those
I don't find it.
Might strike
I
me.
find what you're doing a fair game. I think it's a fair situation. You're like, look at this narrative.
I guess I
And a
was
lot of
too
ancient texts
distracted
have
today, checking
we
the
might
money.
view as questionable stuff at this time, but it was a different time and they had different kinds of understandings. But I think the Hadith tradition in itself is, how do I say it in a nice way, problematic. There's a lot of problematic things with it. So, yeah.
Not to brag, but it's even served at the nobles' banquets. Maybe that's why the bandits wanted it. Yeah, I'd be dead.
Certainly
I had
is
run into you
problematic.
today. Thanks for saving my life.
Lee could be
Next
the
time we see
handler
any
to Douglas.
bandits, we'll teach them a real lesson.
Isa, if you don't leave Islam and come to Jesus, that means when Jesus said, unless you believe that I am, you will die in your sins.
Run.
Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it.
Hiya. Hiya.
Isa, do you not trust Jesus? Do you not trust he is God?
Wow.
Get used to it, buddy. They're on you every time you show your face.
I'm glad you're sponsoring Dr. Wood. Thank you. That's a great thing. You're sponsoring Dr. Wood. I'm very appreciative of that.
We got Malik trying to put out a fire with jet fuel. That's what he does.
We're here already.
Pour more gasoline on here.
Look
then
at
we'll put it
me.
out.
Haven't even
There's
thanked you properly.
There's a saying in Arabic.
Stop by the
where it's
Pollengarth
they put on
Apiary
like the
and tell them you've
mascara and they make themselves blind.
They'll give you everything they
they're
can
trying
spare.
to beautify themselves, but they make themselves blind. Like your solution is not. In other words, your solution is not helping; it's hurting you.
And so Christian Talmud, Acta Conciliorium Ecumenicorum. Oh, okay. So is that what we were talking about as far as if you put a big collection of debates on issues together? Okay, might be interesting. Please poke Thaddeus. Recent answers to get him back in action. He went silent weeks ago. Oh yeah, he had a tech problem and was just waiting for stuff to come in. So I think he's going to be back in action here pretty soon. All right, guys. Well. The story of Al-Zud is spreading all around the world. Yes. It's being injected into every show there is. Muslims keep trying to stop the story, but other people just keep pounding and pounding and pounding away. And it's just too late, guys. It's too late. There's no stopping this now. There's no stopping this. This isn't going to be all night long. This is going to be all year long and all next year long and all next year long and all next year long. It's just weird. It's just weird trying to teach people a lesson when they seem incapable of ever getting any point. Isn't that weird? Yeah. It's like they'll lose their minds and they'll flip out and they throw all these tantrums and put on all these responses, and it's like, if you did not have this horrible behavior, you wouldn't be having to deal with this right now. And it's like they want to keep the horrible behavior and not have the consequences of the horrible behavior.
What you see is what
Sorry,
I've
guys.
got. Don't expect
We don't live in
anything
that world
more.
anymore. There are these little things called consequences.
I've got everything set.
That's just life. All right.
And there's a fair bit I
final
don't.
thoughts on all this, Jai.
Hello,
Again,
traveller.
I'm sure we'll be revisiting this story here pretty soon. Now there's Alex Jones, maybe some more people are going to pick up on this and so on.
yeah, hopefully we see some response from some Dawa guys, and we'll respond back and see what they're gonna say. Maybe they'll
Enjoying the day
that we haven't heard before. But yeah, this is the.
All right.
This is like the stuff that we see in the Islamic sources. This kind of like filth and disgusting stuff, and it just makes you wonder how anyone can see this and read it and believe it and still stay a Muslim. And so there's a lot of Muslims who watch and they don't comment, they don't debate, they just watch. Pray for them, pray for all of them. But like those guys who are just watching, especially not in the giving a certain sense, but those guys who are just watching and they're trying to kind of figure out what's true. Yeah, pray for those guys. Pray for all the Muslims. You know, we pray for all of their salvation. Our friend said it, pray for them as well. But you know, we really these guys who are just watching. You know, we hope that they would get off the fence and come to Jesus.
Issa, sure, you want to tell us all about how Hassan Yusuf is the greatest comedian of all time and that everyone should agree with him on everything?
If you're looking for quality, you wouldn't be looking here, eh?
He's got a good routine.
Hello,
And
traveller.
I do thank Jai for his prayer. I appreciate that. I
Hello,
think
traveller.
what's interesting about this is I didn't know that Alex Jones was still
Interested in anything
I thought,
else?
InfoWars was kind of shut down because of the situation with Sandy Hook. I didn't know that he was still functional, so that was kind of interesting when I saw that. Was the thumbtag? Is he? Where's he? What is he doing now? What's his media now? If you don't mind me asking, is he just on X or?
We were just sent the link.
That's not
Oh, you were sent the link.
Rumble, I think, right? Rumble and his own platform and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and I think you're the one who popularizes this. I think a lot of Muslims need to go and look at these texts and have humility. There's an Arabic word, and I'm sure both of you know it. It's haya, modesty. I wish Muslims had more modesty and more kind of good character, akhlaq, but it's kind of lacking. I just see, like, when I saw those Muslims, just arrogant.
Need something in a hurry? Look no further.
You know, instead of just being like, yeah, this is hard, it's problematic verse.
Hello, traveller.
I'm not sure what to do with it. I think that would have been a better response. Instead of getting angry and combative, just
Enjoying
be like,
the day.
okay, this is a difficult thing and we need to figure out how to navigate. That's what an honest person does. You know, and says, I don't know. I mean, that it does seem problematic. I you know, looking at different interpretations of it, but come with humility. Don't come with arrogance and hubris. I think
Hello, traveller.
that's the problem.
Interested in anything else?
Stuff. There's a lot of arrogance and hubris, and instead of like having that's the biggest thing in my life. It's this word called accountability, holding myself accountable. I think that's what would be a value for people, is to have accountability and just be like, you know, in my tradition, there might be some complexity. I've done a lot of interfaith work, so that this is stuff that we deal with in interfaith. Like, you have to engage the problematic stuff that is in, you know, people's traditions. Like, that's a part of the conversation, and figure out how to navigate that. But, like, it's really bizarre because a lot of these people, it's just arrogance. Like, that's what I saw. They're like, instead of actually engaging it, they're like, oh, you know, they sound like a child on the playground, like a child bully. They're like, no, your thing's bad. Your thing's bad. Look at Sheridan.
Do you need something from me?
It's so bad. I'm like, the stupid thing is, it's a very dumb bully. It's not just a bully. It's a very stupid bully, where the bully is like punching themselves and they're attacking their own scriptures.
So that's what's
and
happening.
I'm like, I'm sitting here in awe, and I'm like,
We were all beginning to worry when the honey delivery never arrived.
you got mad, you screamed,
The
and
road
then you
must have been
yourself, and then
dangerous.
you think
Thank you
that
for
was
sorting
great.
things out.
And I'm like, you know,
However precious honey may be, it's never worth more than a man's
I
life.
think just a little bit of
Please
intelligence
accept this
is
humble
right.
gift, freshly drawn from our own apiary.
I'm floored.
Please take this.
This
We've poured
madness,
much love and care
and
into
I'm
it.
embarrassed, you know, and that's all I can say.
So, everyone watching, you Muslim Sudala guys, you can either heed Issa's words of wisdom, or you can keep thumping your chest and running your mouth at everyone and lying and threatening and doxing and everything else, and see where that gets you. And your boat. And your problem. Only one way to find out, right? Yeah, John.
Fighting you is like fighting a child. Hiya.
Idiot.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you pushed me around.
Hiya. Yeah. Hiya. Get going.
Back already? You've done an excellent job. So many of our comrades have found their way back. I can finally rest easy knowing they're safe here with us. And things could go back to the good old days. Word must be getting around that the Greymanes are gathering. Which reminds me, I had a few reports of Greymane sightings.
Aye.
Mind taking a look? I'll mark the location on your map. If the rumours are true, you might run into more of us.
Look who's wandered into my day.
Masterpieces are all I craft. A man's gear can be his saving grace, or his downfall. Blood is thicker than water, and steel thicker still.
Oh, there's nothing more satisfying than cooking. You can make it how you please and you'll be too weak to swing your blade if you skip meals too often. Why do you always look like you haven't eaten? Eat proper meals instead of snacking all the time.
With no work, a day feels as long as a month. At this rate, I'm gonna start drinking out of boredom.
I believe in fate. We all walk the path set before us. Tell me anything you need. Never load too much cargo on your wagon. Understood?
You wish to talk? Dealing with people is not... Looking for someone with speed, strength, Or maybe a drinking mate. Looking for someone to join your journey? Any particular person in mind? I'll fetch whoever you need. Just tell me the name.
Too many folk keep trying to swipe our meat and booze. It's a real problem. You could fatten the camp's funds through a bit of trading. You got any good trading goods? Need something packed? You've come to the right Stay sharp out there.